4, 3, 2, 1. Over to you, Chair Carr.
Good evening, everyone. I'll call this reconvening meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of May 25th, 2021 to order. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation, and the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192. And as such, committee members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note that if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If committee members lose connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. The committee is also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so make sure your video is enabled. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of City of Vancouver staff who work very hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe. Oh, Councillor Wiebe had declared a conflict of interest on this item. Councillor Boyle.
Present. Present.
I heard that, but it's very faint. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Chair Carr.
Great. I'd like to go over our plan. Following the updated guidance issued on December 4th, 2020 and further extended on February 5th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer (PHO) order on gatherings and events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to Council will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at @VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss a turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note that the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. On May 19th, 2021, the committee completed items 1 to 4 and item 8 and began hearing from speakers on item 5, reducing barriers and deepening affordability for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in every neighborhood, which was members' motion B2 before the recess. Today, we have 5 items of business remaining on the agenda. The 5 motions that were referred from the council meeting on May 18th, 2021. As we proceed, we will revisit our progress in an effort to update speakers waiting their turn on the probability of being heard tonight, or if the meeting will recess and resume tomorrow evening. Should the business not be completed prior to 10 p.m. this evening, we will recess and convene again the Standing Committee meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, May 26, 2021 at 3 p.m. Finally, I would like to remind council members that any amendments must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the city clerk has received your amendments before it is your turn to speak. We have 5 motions remaining on the agenda that were referred from the committee, or sorry, the council meeting on May 18th. So noting again, after hearing from speakers, we will go into the discussion on the motions. Just before proceeding to continuing with item 5, Councillor Dominato, I see that you are on the speaking queue, and I'm wondering if there's something relevant to the process that I've described so far that you wish to address.
Yes, thanks, Chair Carr. And it's simply that I need to move an LOA for tomorrow evening, and I thought I'd do that now as opposed to trying to do it later in the evening.
Okay.
Can I make that motion at this time?
Yeah, I believe that you can, and you don't need a seconder because we're in committee. So I'm just going to proceed with a verbal vote on this. All those in favor say aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
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 All those opposed say. All those opposed say nay.
Sorry, Chair. I was going to actually finish the motion, but I wasn't quite done articulating it.
Okay.
That was my apologies.
Okay. I'm assuming it was for the meeting, but if it was for the whole entire meeting, but maybe if it's specific, my apologies. I should have asked you to complete. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was simply to articulate that the LOA would be from 7:15 onwards, so I can participate in the first part of the meeting,
which starts at 3. Right.
Oh, sorry. Oh, right, it starts at 3. Okay. Yes, 7:15.
Okay, that we haven't yet decided
if
we are going to
continue,
extend. In the event.
I think we just had a calendar entry that said we would go up till 10 p.m. tomorrow. And so that's why I just wanted to be proactive and just get that cleared out of the way, that I could not be here past 7:15 tomorrow evening.
Okay. I'll accept that as the full motion.
And
from 7:15 on. Okay, once again, council, all those in favor of this motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that's passed unanimously. Thanks, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are going to now continue with item 5, which is reducing barriers and deepening affordability for nonprofit co-op and social housing in every neighborhood. Members motion B2. On May 19th, we started hearing speakers and recessed after hearing from speaker number 109. Tonight, we will continue hearing from speakers, beginning with speaker number 110, Cheryl Webster. There are 126 speakers registered in total, so we'll go to the end of that list, asking for speakers to address council, and I will go over at the end of that the list once more to the end to call upon speakers who previously missed their turn. So we are going to start with speaker 110, Cheryl Webster.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Cheryl Webster, and I live in Kitsilano. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I have lived in various neighborhoods and in various types of housing across this city, as well as in other cities around the world. I oppose this motion before us. There are a few aspects of this motion that cause me concern that I would like to highlight. I want to be clear that I do not oppose social and non-market housing, and I'm a big advocate for areas like Falls Creek South, Jericho Village, co-ops, etc. These developments have been praised locally and internationally for the multi-income structure and cohesive community feel. They've also provided homes for many people that I know. The first issue that I have is the definition of social or affordable or non-market housing. Whatever it is, non-market rates are still not that affordable in a market that is off the charts. I don't know why we aren't talking about true affordability with rents according to a percentage of one's salary. Plus, measuring success by the number of units provided is not necessarily a measure of success. Often the units are so small that no one wants to stay in them, and they just become a stepping stone to people leaving the city. Perhaps we should measure success by the amount of square footage. This way, a larger unit for a family with 3 bedrooms and actual livable space is not considered a waste, as it could have been 2 to 3 units, contributing to that measure of success. I want these developments to be where people want to live long-term and be part of the community. Some people are worried about height and density. One speaker mentioned South Granville as a great with 12-story buildings blending right into the neighborhood. These buildings are not oppressive on the streetscape and have setbacks to allow for landscaping and a cohesive pedestrian feel. However, I don't think the discussion is focused on the right thing. Perhaps we should not be talking about height, but about setbacks and good urban design. However, the main reason I oppose this motion the most is due to its proposed process. This motion allows for spot rezoning across the city without public hearings. This seems to be a direct offense to the democratic process and breaks any social contract City Hall has had with its citizens. This is an offense to anyone who has participated in the past and helped shape their neighborhoods by creating neighborhood and community plans. It's also an offense to the ongoing plans of the city, the Broadway plan and the Vancouver plan, to name a couple. I question whether the city wants people to just give up on participating if the plans are going to be ignored. Part of this rush, I understand, is that there could be money coming from the federal and different levels of government. I'm wondering if there's been other things considered, like offering these funds to already approved rental buildings to create a 70-30 split. There must be creative solutions other than taking away the rights of citizens to a democratic process. I understand that councillors are burnt out on long public hearings, but I believe this is the result of poor public engagement and planning. If there was true community engagement in each neighborhood, be willing to work together to create neighborhood plans to determine how much rental housing each neighborhood needs, how much social housing each neighborhood needs, what services, how much retail, where to put it, and what architectural form, including setbacks. People would know what to expect in each neighborhood, feel a part of the planning process, and not be against all the changes that they feel they are being strong-armed into. Currently, everyone I know in every corner of the city feels the instability of not knowing what is going on and not feeling heard or consulted. I ask of council to remember the citizens of the city who have put a lot of their heart and time into shaping this city. Citizens want to be consulted in a meaningful way and be part of the process. We need to create neighborhood plans with real on-the-ground data and plan for a future city of dynamic, inclusive neighborhoods, not spot rezone what is quick and easy and convenient for hitting targets. If citizens are engaged properly up front and neighborhood plans adhered to, people would regain trust in City Hall and we could all be on the same side. I hope Council opposes this motion and will look at enhancing community engagement early on in the process of neighborhood-based planning. Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming to speak to us. There are no questions to you, but again, very much appreciate your providing your comments to Council.
Thank you.
Great. And we are now on to Speaker 111, Maxwell Bryant. Is Maxwell Bryant on the line?
Yes, Chair Carr, I understand. Speaker number 111 is on the line.
Great. Maxwell Bryant, if you can hear me, please, you can address Council at this point.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, clearly. Thank you. You're loud and clear.
Okay.
Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. As said, my name is Maxwell Bryant. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a rare example of a renter with a family on this call. Firstly, I want to recognize the good intentions of Councillor Boyle in aiming to accelerate a solution to Vancouver's housing affordability problem. As a father and a family with two beautiful daughters and a husband to an amazing wife, housing affordability is an issue that is personally close to my heart as I dream of providing the security of home ownership to my family someday. However, I am opposed to motion B2. I don't believe that this is the right motion for what we need in this city today. As you've heard from other members of our citizenry last week, I fear the outcome of this policy will undermine the democratic rights of Vancouver citizens who could be impacted by removing the rezoning application process for buildings in any neighborhood up to 12 stories. While I am a critic of the current overabundance of single-family housing zoning in place in Vancouver, the rezoning process is appropriate if newly proposed buildings will significantly change the character of the neighborhood or otherwise impact its current residents. We should be aiming at constructing housing in the missing middle and not 12-story monoliths across the street from a school or church. Last week, you heard from a number of members of the community to which I belong in Kitsilano, in many cases because of opposition to a specific project at West 8th and Arbutus. I bring up this project because it is an example of what could be approved and constructed under Motion B2 that we're debating today. I hope that eliminating the opportunity for local residents' input for this particular project is not the primary goal of this motion, but it is the likely outcome if it passes. BC Housing has published a website that provides details of a proposed supportive housing project which comprises 12-story, 140-unit building aimed to assist at-risk adults who are at risk or at risk of experiencing homelessness. I would like to rebut some of the remarks in favor of this motion, including 3 points made by certain speakers in favor of this project last week, including David Osberbury, a development manager for Affordable Housing Societies.
Sorry,
Firstly,
1 second, Maxwell, Bryant. This
yes?
is not about this particular project. So actually rebutting points made by other speakers about this project. I've allowed the mentioning of this project at Arbutus and 8th by speakers as just an example of some concerns, but not the details around it. Given that that is going through its own process, and you should be aware is that process will lead to a public hearing. So if you could just focus on the content of this motion in front of us, that is really what this meeting is about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear you. And I'm bringing this up specifically as an example. So I think when the motion was drafted, it says that we would not ever have a building that was constructed on a greenfield site because we couldn't, no not-for-profit would be able to afford a land at market rates. So this project is an example of a case where that wouldn't be true. There is vacant land at this site, and so if this motion passed, then this project would go ahead. My point is that rezoning applications are a good idea, and which is why they're required in the current legislation. Other points that were made by people in favor of this motion are equally rebutted by this example, having 12 stories with 140 units dedicated to at-risk adults without the proper supports in place. This is not what this legislation or this motion should be promoting, and I don't think that's what it's intended for, but this is the types of things that could happen if it gets passed, which is why, again, rezoning applications are a good idea and required in our current legislation. I do have other concerns, to your point, about this project, but I will hold them back, knowing that, or in the hope that this motion is defeated, such that I can engage through the community engagement required as part of the rezoning application on this site.
Great. Okay.
So with that, thank you, councillors.
And that is well timed. You do have some questions, though, so if you don't mind staying on the line to answer them.
Of course.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Swanson, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Were you aware that if this motion passes, there would still be a public hearing for the development at 7th and Arbutus, and that it could be rejected or approved? I don't know what'll happen.
I think there's a lot of confusion over this, which is why I wanted to speak up today. A lot of concern in the community that this is our only chance to speak up, knowing that this motion, if passed, would no longer require a rezoning application on the site.
So just to let you know, we got a memo from staff saying that that isn't true and that a rezoning would be required on that site.
Thank you for clarifying.
Does that help? Does that help make you feel any better?
Then I might ask to clarify how that project would be different from the other projects that are foreseen under this motion.
So I'm not an expert on that, but I'm assuming it's because this application has already gone through or is already in process, whereas other
Point of order, Madam Chair. It's Councillor Dominato.
Yes,
We're now
ahead,
engaging in a Q&A. between speakers and councillors, and if you could maybe clarify the expectations.
Yeah, that it's true that the speaker is the questions are from the councillor to the speaker, not from the speaker to council, just to be sure that everybody's clear about those rules. So Maxwell, Bryant, it's not about you asking a councillor questions. That's not the process, but a councillor, this is a time for councillor to ask you questions and for you to respond to that. And again, I'm just emphasizing for everyone, speakers and councillors, that this is about the motion in front of us, not the particular project and elements of the project at 8th and Arbutus that people have been bringing up.
Understood.
Councillor Swanson, did you have any other questions of the speaker?
No, I just wanted to know if he was aware of what we were aware of.
Got it. Yeah, that's eliciting a response, which is really not that two-way street, Councillor Swanson, that we want to go down.
But I think it was fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I think that is it for your questions. It is. So thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your conveying of your opinion on this matter. Thank you. And we are on to speaker 112, Leonid Burstein. Is Leonid Burstein, or I think Burstein on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great. We can hear. Yep, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Hi, good evening. My name is Leah Burstein, and for the last 10 years, I'm a resident of Kitsilano. And I strongly oppose motion by Councillor Boyle. Her argument that public hearing is too expensive for a multi-million-dollar project is beyond criticism. We taxpayers should keep City Hall accountable. We know better is a rotten attitude by public servants. Yeah, we trust you, but we should check what you're doing for our benefits. I expect City Council to do the right thing and reject this motion. Residents of our city cannot be silenced by our elective representatives. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. There are no questions for you, but thank you again for speaking to council. Speaker 113, Tatiana Burstein. Are you on the line?
It's the clerk here, and we understand speaker number 113 is not on the line.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 114, Jennifer Foster.
Speaker number 114.
Hello, this is... Oh. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Jennifer.
Ahead for up to 5 minutes. Yep,
Great.
to speak to council.
Thank you. Hi. My name is Jennifer Foster, and I oppose this motion before council right now. I'm a resident of North Vancouver, but I have one daughter at St. Augustine School and another who will start in September. And I will reference the project at West 8th and Arbutus, but I do want you to know I've heard that that's not what this is about. And so it just, my reference of it falls into my larger message today. So my family engages in a commute to school between North Vancouver and Kitsilano for one reason: community. The St. Augustine community is kind, welcoming, and inclusive, and members of the St. Augustine community care deeply about each other and also about their neighbors. And this is one of the reasons I care that the school has a voice with respect to the proposed project, because we will want to get to know and embrace our neighbors. This motion, however, is not about that.
Foster,
yeah?
Jennifer,
yeah?
Yes. Just before you go on,
Yes.
it was just explained a little earlier that this
Yes.
particular motion, whether, if it passes, will not interfere with the process of having a public hearing for the project you're talking about.
Yes,
so
I understand that.
If you could address specifically the content of the motion without I mean, you've raised that as an issue, but
Yes.
without going into any details on the 8th and Arbutus issue, um, just focus on your general comments regarding this particular motion.
Yeah, I was about to do that, and I'm happy to do that. I oppose the motion because of the implications for all of Vancouver. Councillor Boyle, you wrote recently that the current process for rezoning creates barriers for nonprofits, and if a nonprofit is ready to develop a piece of land, it's silly to dissuade them from building somewhat higher so that they can provide more housing. And I respectfully disagree. Everyone deserves a house without question, but I don't believe simply housing people is always what's best. I was a resident of Vancouver most of my life until I moved to North Vancouver. And when I was living in Vancouver, I once worked to help house a man who was homeless in my neighborhood. I worked with Judy Graves, who was Vancouver's advocate for social housing at that time. And we got the individual housed into a downtown SRO, but the conditions were so bad, in the end, he chose to live mainly back on the street where he had gotten to know neighbors like myself and felt comfortable. And what I learned from that experience was that people who are homeless need not just a house, not just a roof over their head, but a home. And feeling at home, in my opinion, comes from feeling part of a community. And that was my points earlier about that's really what this is about for me, is people living where they feel they have personal connection with neighbors, access to needed supports and resources. And I believe these things come from smaller scale projects integrated into a community in a way that will be successful for everyone. So the motion today would remove a key step in that process of consulting with community members to hear their opinions and to get their ideas. And I believe those whose lives would be affected by a major change ought to have a chance to have their voice heard, not just at the development stage, but also at rezoning. So I believe due process is important, and while it may take longer and cost more money, I believe it must not be undermined. So I urge Council to oppose this motion for those reasons. So thank you. That's all I have to say. Thanks for the time.
You know, that was very clear. Thank you so much. There are no questions to you, but very much appreciate you being very clear in your statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 115, Sam DeBrusen.
Hello. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello.
Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great. Hey, thanks for hearing me out. My name is Sam, and I'm not really voicing a pro or con, or sorry, for or against this motion so much as taking issue with the City of Vancouver's definition of social housing in the zoning and development bylaw. I know this is a new definition, and I know that councillors Fry and Swanson have done some work and have been outspoken on the poor state of this definition. In the definition, only 30% of these developments have to go to social housing, and to me that's problematic. As someone who holds degrees from two post-secondary institutions, Vancouver Community College and the University of British Columbia, I certainly would not expect to pass any of my classes at 30% of what was asked for me, and certainly I wouldn't expect to get a degree if I fulfilled 30% of the requirements. So I'd just like to voice that 50% should be the minimum. I have no beef with towers necessarily in and of themselves if the planning is good and people are consulted. And I think I've been seeing some things about Vancouver's missing middle, documentaries about that I think also council would do well to consider that sort of thing. But that's all I had to say today.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. No questions to you, but appreciate you taking that time.
All right, take care.
Great. Speaker 116, Emily Louis.
Hi, everyone. I'd just like to do a sound check.
Yes, you are totally audible to us. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone, and hi, councillors and participants of this meeting. My name is Emily Loy. I am a resident of Vancouver and live in the Arbutus neighborhood. I am opposed to this motion, a motion that was only brought forward to Vancouver residents very, very recently. I oppose this motion due to two reasons. Reason number one, lack of community input. This motion takes away a neighborhood's ability to provide feedback and recommendation to the future of their area. This motion bypasses the democratic process, and I know firsthand it has real consequences to families. This motion doesn't just impact one neighborhood, though. I know it impacts many neighborhoods across this great city of Vancouver. Reason number 2, the lack of clarity in definitions of social housing versus supportive housing. I consider myself an informed and engaged citizen, and I vote in all the elections. Despite that, I still find it very hard to understand. I know there has been lots of back and forth conversation at the last council meeting around the fact that it's 30%. Should it be 30%? Should it be higher? What should it be? Calling it social housing when it's only 30% could be confusing to many Vancouver residents. A precise definition and then an education of what that definition really means to the public is needed. This way, there's no misunderstanding and it's clear to everyone involved. In conclusion, I'm opposed to this motion because of the lack of community input and the lack of clarity in definitions. I'll leave you with one final thought because I've got small children. We teach our children to be clear, concise, and articulate. We teach them to respect all opinions and seek input in group projects. Well, this motion and the result of this motion is most certainly a group project to me. So let's be clear, concise, and give everyone an opportunity to understand what this really is about and provide them with enough time to provide their feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions for you, but again, thank you very much for speaking with council. That was great. Speaker 117, Sandra H.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Sandra, and I'm a longtime resident in Kitsilano. I oppose the motion. I don't usually speak out, but this time I felt compelled to speak to this proposed amendment. I was quite shocked to receive the email dated May 12th from a highest-ranking city official. It was full of misinformation and misguidance about this motion. It didn't mention anything about skipping rezoning to allow for up to 12-story social housing towers, and it mentions about it being easier to build million-dollar homes than it is to build a below-market rental building. If anyone has some sort of knowledge on the process, well, of course it's easier to build million-dollar homes because the neighborhood is already zoned for residential homes, large or small. So no rezoning is required for million-dollar homes and should not even be part of the equation. I think it's important that this motion be promoted in a clear and transparent way to the public, which in fact it was not. I found this quite disturbing as it's a violation of public trust. Another concern I had is the vague definition of social housing, especially when you say the buildings will be 100% social housing. That sounds like to the average person that 100% of the units will be below market rentals, which in fact is not the case. If you truly want to provide more affordable housing, why not do the opposite and make it 70% below market rentals and 30% at market rentals, which conceptually would make more sense, would it not? Another concern I have is the amendment appears to include not-for-profit and co-ops into the mix of social housing, which I had not heard before with the 6-story amendment. This is quite interesting. Will there be another motion next month to redefine social housing to include supportive housing? Do you see what I'm getting at here? So you can see how this ambiguity could easily result in the Wild West of social order and chaos. I don't understand how council can actually put forward a motion based on a term that continues to be so ambiguous. I find it incredulous that the city would actually say, no, you can't have the public hearing for a rezoning process, because that's usually by definition where you get approval for height and density. So when the councilors do invite the public to the development process for the development permit approval, the only thing the public will be allowed to speak on is the character and form of the architecture, because in the rezoning process, the height and density would have already been decided on. Do you see what's happening here? This motion contradicts the city's own development plans and processes and is a malfeasance of government responsibility. There is a process built in place to help build neighborhoods and allow the people that live and work in them to thrive. You don't start to drive a car without getting your driver's license. There's due process. By taking away the rezoning for residents to have a say, and I know it's been said over and over, is that you're sidestepping democracy. But what hasn't been stated is that you run the risk of heading down that path of Vancouver becoming like that communist country in the Far East. Do we really want to become a society where citizens no longer have a say in the matter? And to accommodate the sudden increase in density, will there be any plans to add more services such as schools, fire halls, medical, and policing services, which are already maxed out? This motion makes me mad, okay? It's basically saying we're going to remove the process that tries to ensure that a well-planned and appropriate structure will be put into our neighborhoods. But instead, you are opting for a shotgun approach. Just pull the trigger. Who cares what we hit? I live in Kitsilano, but I don't speak for Kitsilano only. I think every neighborhood deserves to have proper consultation into these issues, which is affecting the height and density of their neighborhoods. For these reasons, I oppose the motion. Thank you.
And thank you. And there are no questions to you, but again, thank you very much for speaking to Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to speaker number 118, Stephanie Smith.
Hello. My name is Stephanie Smith. I live in Vancouver. I'm speaking in a personal capacity, but for context, I'm a union activist and a Labour Council delegate. I was a long-time legal representative for tenants, many of them in nonprofit housing, and I've worked for nonprofits that provide social housing. I live in a co-op. And I hope you'll take all of that into account when I tell you that, unfortunately, I can't support this motion. And the reason is that I don't think the motion will achieve what it says it will. I don't think it deepens housing affordability, and I think it increases the risk of tenant displacement. And I think we're in this position because this is a policy that isn't driven by or responsive to the needs of actual renter households in Vancouver. Instead, it appears to be driven by the nonprofit housing sector, who are important institutional actors, but only a part of the picture. Last week, I heard a lot of comments about how nonprofit housing providers might deepen affordability. But I think it's important to evaluate this motion based on its bare language. We have to assume that it will achieve only the minimum standards it requires. Built into those standards is a very questionable definition of social housing. I think that if we've learned one thing from all the speakers, it's that this bad definition of social housing is getting in the way of making good housing policy. Within that definition of social housing, we're looking at a minimum standard of 30% of units at Hills rates and the rest at whatever the housing provider can charge. Housing income limit for a one-bedroom or studio is $55,500 a year. The median renter household income in Vancouver is $50,250 a year. So Hills rate units are only affordable to renter households above the median. This motion refers to grocery clerks and healthcare workers. Most grocery clerks can't afford a Hills rate unit, let alone the remaining 70% of the units in these buildings. Not too long ago, I was working in a City of Vancouver funded frontline position, and in that role, I was borderline for a Hills rate unit. It's compelling to talk about housing for healthcare workers, but meanwhile, there are waiters and line cooks and office cleaners and, in my acquaintance, singers and horn players and painters, and this housing is not for them. And these are the people who are hanging on by their fingernails in the last bits of affordable market rental housing in Vancouver. As we heard when Council considered the motion regarding six-story buildings, these zones contain a significant amount of what's left of Vancouver's affordable market rental stock. Between speculative pressure from REITs in one direction and developers on the other, these tenants are being squeezed out. And to be blunt, what's proposed here is to tear down their apartment buildings and replace them with more expensive buildings that they can't afford to live in, except that they'll be operated by nonprofit housing providers. If these folks have been able to secure a non-market unit, I don't see anything here that compels the housing provider to maintain the current affordability levels on redevelopment. And on top of it all, in these internally subsidized models, nonprofits are gravitating to a loophole in the residential tenancy regulation can result in unpredictable and unaffordable rent increases for tenants in these RGI units. I'm also concerned that this proposal uncritically advances the TRP as sufficient to protect those tenants. As someone who's worked with displaced tenants, and as any tenant advocate can, has told you, it isn't. I think it's important to take notice of the fact that Councillor Wiebe has recused himself because he's received advice that this proposal could increase his property value. Even if agreements with the city could dampen any increase in land lift on properties currently owned by nonprofits, and even if the density increases only apply to nonprofit housing development, all councillors will be familiar with one-off density increases for public benefit or otherwise being used as levers for increased density on nearby sites and creating upward pressure on land values. This motion proposes to give away an enormous amount of public density. I think it's incumbent on council to ensure that it returns sufficient public benefit. Unless we have workforce housing that actually houses the workforce, rental housing policies that are alive to the economic circumstances of actual renter households, I don't think it does. So what I would ask council is this: reconsider the definition of social housing, strengthen the TRP, and receive and consider the B2 report on tenant protections that I believe is due this quarter. Consider what you can do to advance the security of tenants whose needs aren't addressed here, and do that before you embark on yet another densification proposal that could increase their displacement. Thank you.
And thank you very much. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions from councillors.
Certainly.
Councillor Swanson, go ahead first, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in, Stephanie.
Thanks, Jean.
What would you say to someone who says that we need to use the 30% at Hills definition because that's the only way to get non-market housing built and make sure that the finances in it will pencil out?
Well, okay, sorry, I'm not quite understanding your question. I mean, if what they're saying is 30, go ahead.
When we asked the staff about this and we got a memo back and it said we have to, I'm paraphrasing here, but it basically said we have to use the 30% because that's the nonprofits need this sort of flexibility in order to make the finances of a building work. Like some buildings are expensive and they can only afford to give 30% at Hills. Some are cheaper and they can, or they might get a government grant and they can deepen the affordability. But they're saying that they need the people paying high market rents to subsidize the 30% that are paying a little bit lower. So what would you say to those folks?
Well, what I'd say is that if council is actually looking at, an unusual time when all three levels of government are aligned to produce affordable non-market housing, now is the time to look for better. Right? That's what I would say. And I would say that, right, and I would say that if the only way that a nonprofit could make their numbers work on a site is at 30% Hills rates and 70% at market, then we would need to have a much better set of protections and relocation options available for tenants who potentially could be displaced.
What would you think would be a better definition of social housing than 30% at Hills, something that could work financially?
Right. I think that a definition of social housing should start with the median renter household income in the city. And I think that social housing development should be focused on median and below, right? I mean, the thing about Hills rates is that's the income at which, according to BC Housing or CMHC, people should be able to find housing in the private market. Right. So that definition says people who make that much money and above are able to find housing in the private market. So when we're looking at developing social housing, right, we should be looking at people who can't. And that means that we're looking at everybody below Hills rates.
Okay. Thanks so much, Jer.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes with your questions.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Stephanie. You did a really great job of articulating what Hills is in relation to market, which often gets lost. So I really appreciate you did a fantastic job in Jean's question there to articulate that. What you may have gotten wrong, though, is the assumption that this applies to nonprofit housing providers. In fact, as we've just learned from staff, the letter of the social housing definition really actually just applies to any nonprofit organization, not necessarily nonprofit housing providers. Does that change some of your reasoning around this?
Well, I mean, I think that my central point, which is that if we're going to be giving away public density, we should be doing it for a public purpose. Doesn't change. I would also be concerned about some of the mutations in what's understood to be nonprofits potentially coming to, to land in Vancouver with our really sort of volatile real estate market. I don't think I can speak about it in any more detail than that, though. I need to get a look at what staff are saying.
Yeah, fair enough. Just to touch, if you're comfortable touching on some of your work as a
Sure.
as a housing advocate. So, am I correct in assuming that a lot of your work was with folks living in nonprofit housing provider housing?
Yeah, especially when I started working at Mosaic, actually, and I worked with newcomer households. I started working a lot with people who were living in non-market housing. I mean, yes.
So being careful not to name.
It's a challenging thing to talk about because when I see nonprofit housing providers, right? I mean, some folks do really good work, and also deep respect to the Cooperative Housing Federation of BC. I also think about all of the cases that I ran with tenants of nonprofit housing providers, and the perspective from tenants and from a tenant services provider is often very different.
Okay. Being careful not to name names or anything too specific.
No, I'm not going to.
Yeah. What kind of issues are we talking about typically?
Well, one of the problems, I mean, first of all, with the RGI units, in RGI units where nonprofit housing providers don't actually have an operating agreement for that building, but may have operating agreements for other buildings, there's a loophole in the residential tenancy regulation that essentially exempts them from the rent increase provisions of the regulation. And like when those provisions came into effect, the expectation was that a subsidized rent subsidy would be sort of governed by a contractual agreement, so that you needed to be able to raise the rent more because it was geared to income and people's incomes might go up. But there are all of these cases where they don't actually have a contract governing subsidy, which means that nonprofits have an enormous amount of latitude when they're raising rents in RGI units, and tenants have no protection under the Residential Tenancy Act. And this is something that
unfortunately, that is unfortunately
all of the
time. He didn't leave you very much time to answer that question. I'm sorry about that, but
no, sorry, and I went on at length. I apologize.
No, not at all. It's all very interesting, but you still do have more questions from other councillors. So here, Councillor Hardwick, you have up to 3 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for your commentary. Rather than a question, my first point is a request. Would you, presuming that you've written all that down, would you share it with council by email?
Of course. Yes. Thank you.
I think some of the points that you made were unique among what we've heard. But one of the things that just came up in your conversation or questions with Councillor Fry was really, you mentioned the legal opinion or what we'd heard from staff with respect to the definition of social housing and its implications here. And I think this is as good a time as many, Chair Carr, to comment or put the question back as a point of information to you. And that is, it was suggested that subject.
Just 1 second, Councillor Hardwick. There is going to be ample time for points of information, but this is your time to question the speakers. So can you hold your point of information?
Certainly I can do that, but I just, again, it was prompted by Councillor Fry's question of the speaker.
Yes.
And I will be touching back on that later. Thank you. I'm quite happy to postpone it. But again, thank you very much to the speaker for your well thought through and articulate remarks, and hope to see them in writing. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That is it for your questions. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, and thank you so much, Stephanie Smith, for your presentation answering all those questions. We are now on to speaker 119, Neil Murphy.
Hello.
Hi. Yep, we can hear you clearly.
Hi.
Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Perfect. Hi, my name is Neil Murphy, and I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver. I've lived in Dunbar, Kitsilano, South Granville, Grandview Woodlands, Mount Pleasant, and now for the last 15 years in Hastings Sunrise. I'm opposed to the proposal. A majority of Vancouver's 675,000 residents do not even know about the proposal before council tonight. Personally, I regularly read the Vancouver Sun online, watch and listen to and read the CBC on all its different media platforms. I only found out about this proposal through an email from a family member and with only about 12 hours to register to speak. The first media coverage on CBC radio was the morning after you started to hear from speakers from the public on this proposal last week. I find this proposal to be undemocratic as it eliminates community involvement in shaping the development of our communities. It eliminates the expertise of planning staff, and it rips up the community plans that have been developed through the hard work of neighborhoods and city staff. This proposal effectively silences neighborhoods that have been screaming for that missing middle to be filled. The proposal simply sounds like an expansion of the moderate income rental housing pilot project without a single one of those projects having been completed or occupied to being given a citywide plan. In the 2 MERP projects approved in my immediate neighborhood, the market housing was priced as being $1,650 for a 1-bedroom. Jean Swanson, a resident in my neighborhood, stated in the council meeting that after canvassing nearby, older, already pre-existing stock of rental buildings, rents were almost half of that. These new projects to provide below-market housing are flawed in that they make the market rental housing component more expensive than existing housing and act to gentrify neighborhoods. As an aside, none of the promises made to council to my neighborhood attached to the approvals have been fulfilled or even started. Meanwhile, the buildings have been torn down and construction is imminent. The short time frame with little public discussion or scrutiny of this proposal that will so dramatically change the scale, feel, and affordability of the city feels like council's acting with executive order as opposed to really wanting any public input. There should be an election issue, not something that is discussed over the telephone on a Wednesday and the following Tuesday evening during a pandemic after we all received such great news from Bonnie Henry today. Let the democratic process determine if we want to make such dramatic change. Thank you.
And thank you. You don't have any questions from councillors, but very much appreciate your speaking to us all. We are on to number 120, Patrick Cleary.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. Long-time listener, first-time caller, love the show. However, I must admit that the show has caused me a little distress lately. Notwithstanding, I'm comforted by the many voices who have spoken up. I've never been so impressed and inspired by the articulation shown over the last few days of meetings. My idealism is returning, and it's predicated on the strength and conviction of the speakers. On behalf of everyone who's spoken, I ask that you all listen. My name is Patrick Cleary. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to express my opposition to Resolution B2. I suspect much of what I'm about to say has already been said, but I'm opposed for the following reasons. First, up to 70% of the units can be for expensive market rentals. This seems to be at odds with the intention of reducing barriers and deepening affordability. Second, demevictions would cause major displacement of established communities. There's no guarantee that everyone displaced will be able to return. By providing an incentive for land assemblies and the creation of large, dense developments, many existing buildings will be purchased and demolished to make way for these more robust projects. And where previously tenants had fixed rents with perhaps small incremental increases, now there's going to be a chance for a much higher rent, and they may not be able to return to their neighborhoods. Thirdly, there will be an increase in land value due to zoning changes for increased height and density. This will occur, and it will occur regardless of the proposed use of land. There will be speculation and, as a result, more expensive land. In fact, the Georgia Straight published an article yesterday about real estate increasing by nearly 300% of assessed value on a Vancouver street that had a new 6-story condo project. Fourth, this motion goes against community planning practices and consultation processes. I note Kennedy Stewart's webpage for election as mayor boldly stated that by working together, I believe we can make Vancouver a city that works for everyone. I think the key phrase there was working together. How is allowing towers to be built without rezoning public hearings working together? In fact, it is circumventing the public consultation process. Fifth, the motion references 12 stories and provides no actual dimension height. But the proposal, let's be honest, means heights of 120 to 130 feet, and these could be located anywhere in the reference zones. This makes for poor urban design. This motion is not the right approach for a city to embark on such a significant changes in the design of neighborhoods. Doing 12 stories with 6 FSR anywhere in any neighborhood on narrow streets throws urban design principles out the window. 6, this creates an untenable opportunity for review and consideration. 7th, I'm concerned about the email communications and actual representations from our council members, some of our council members, about not-for-profit organizations and social housing. Specifically representations such as, I quote, CRA status requires them to not make a profit, or because there is no profit, there is no speculative increase in land value. I direct your attention to the Government of Canada website on not-for-profit corporations, which explicitly states, and I quote, not-for-profits are free to conduct the same business activities as business corporations. In other words, not-for-profit corporations can make a profit, end quote. And 8th, most importantly, is the principle of democratic consultation. This motion eliminates public consultation, takes away the right to be fully informed, takes away the right to have confidence in existing bylaws and regulations. The activities above erode democracy. And there's a theory that democracy requires 3 fundamental principles. Upward control, i.e. sovereignty residing at the lowest levels of authority, in other words, the people. Political equality, we're all treated the same. And thirdly, social norms by which individuals and institutions can consider reliable, acceptable, and predictable. By fast-tracking, by removing public debate, by misinforming people, by using ambiguous definitions, and eliminating consultation, you are potentially violating these fundamental principles. I agree, consultation is a pain. Listening to people is a pain. But I submit there are sacrifices that need to be made for principles. And what greater principle than democracy? And I remind all of you who chose to enter the public arena that we honor democracy, even when inconvenient. Thank you.
Thank you. And you do, if you don't mind staying on the line, have questions from council, Councillor? Answer? Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Patrick. What was number 6 again? Are you still there?
An untenable opportunity. This creates an untenable opportunity for review and consideration.
What does that mean?
What does it mean? It means that Councillor Boyle's motion would lead to a staff report and then one single rezoning public hearing with just several days' notice for the public to review documents. And after that, development applications go straight to the Development Permit Board, and in some cases straight to the desk of just one person for approval. Mm-hmm. And it basically circumvents any real opportunity for neighborhood input.
Great. Thank you. I was trying to keep up and taking notes as you were going along, to which I'll ask also if you would be so kind as to share your remarks in writing with council. It would be appreciated.
Certainly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it for your questions. And thank you again for joining council. And I had missed number 6 too, Councillor Hardwick. So thank you. On to speaker number 121, Stuart Smith.
Hi there.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Yes, go ahead. Up to 5
Wonderful.
minutes to speak to council.
Hello, Chair and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this important motion. I'm Stuart Smith. I'm with Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support. Today's housing shortage has been escalating for decades and won't be fixed by any one building or any one neighborhood or any one council motion. But I think it's important that we not let the perfect become the enemy of the good. We have to do something rather than nothing, and this is a pretty significant something. So I thank Councillor Boyle for putting it on the table. The types of buildings proposed will not just benefit the tenants who live in them, but also benefit every other tenant in the city by giving them more options and ensuring that they face less competition for existing housing. I hear several recent speakers express a concern about displacement, a very pertinent concern to me, given my landlord is showing my building. But there's a really easy way out of that. Just only apply to owner-occupied housing. Simple. And then there's no displacement. Anyways, for tenants across the city and the region, I hope you will take this step forward, and I just have a few comments. To begin with, I think that the height proposed is fine. Sorry, the definition of social housing is fine. Many people want it to be better, and that's fine too. I'm sure one day it can be. But if we wait for that day to do anything, real people will suffer in the meantime. We live in a region where almost all of the land was sold off 150 years ago and remains privately owned today. In such a region, there is no housing reform that doesn't involve some element of compromise. Insisting on 100% is the same as insisting on nothing. Insisting on 100% is the same as insisting that until the revolution, no change of any kind should be fought for. Real people are struggling today because of exclusionary land use policies. In the absence of other reforms or funding, a 70-30 split allows market renters to subsidize below-market renters rather than subsidizing the lifestyle of a landlord or a homeowner. This seems like a pretty good arrangement compared to the status quo. Furthermore, the height is also fine. There's nothing remarkable about 12 stories in any part of our city. Many 12-story buildings were built before zoning was introduced with no public hearing. They required nothing more than a building permit. The location of 12-story buildings built before 1927 was chosen in the only way that makes sense. They were built where people wanted to live. Well, today, people want to live in currently exclusive neighborhoods, so that's where we should build 12-story buildings. Today, the location of homes is chosen by income and wealth. If you can access landed capital, you get access to the whole city. If you can only afford to rent an apartment, perhaps in a 12-story building, you're constrained to a few small, heavily populated quarantine zones, the West End, Mount Pleasant, Fairview. Despite a quadrupling of population over the last 95 years, those among us who cannot afford to buy or rent houses, those who must live in apartments, are still largely restricted to this same small portion of the city. Today's motion is a small step back toward the radical notion that every neighborhood is for everyone, even people who can't afford houses. Finally, democracy is a system of government in which all people get a say in how our government works, no matter their station in life. Democracy is not about giving some people the right to choose their neighbors. Vancouver can and should strengthen this democracy, but the biggest barrier to democracy in Vancouver has nothing to do with public hearings. The biggest barrier is the cost of rent and the length of non-market waiting lists. Vancouver can and should strengthen its democracy, but we cannot succeed by letting rent, prices, and waiting lists determine who can vote and who can't. Requiring a public hearing to approve every square foot of housing is not an example of strengthening democracy. It's an exercise in which some of the people are able to use council as a mechanism to choose their neighbors. Good neighbors welcome people who want to live near them, no matter what their home looks like. Good neighbors work together. Good neighbors work with each other, whether they've lived in the city for 40 years, 24 hours, or whether they plan to make their home here tomorrow. I urge council to approve this motion. Thank you.
Great, and thank you very much. I see no questions from councillors to you, but thank you again for coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Number 122, David Barkwell.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great, thanks for the opportunity to speak here. I want to start off by saying that we all feel bad for those less fortunate and believe that the concept of social housing with appropriate support is important. Our community is actually quite supportive of social housing, but doing so in a way that sets individuals affected and the neighborhood up for success. This motion, without a doubt, does not achieve this, and for that reason, I'm opposed. I couldn't agree more with the vast majority of the speakers critiquing the democratic process and lack of consultation, and also the dangerous implications of community planning. I won't harp on these issues, and I'll take the conversation somewhere I'm surprised hasn't actually come up more over the last two meetings here. We need affordable housing, and a proposal such as this 12-story plan will push up the cost of real estate further in impacted neighborhoods. It'll line developers' pockets with more profits, and it'll be a nightmare on city planning, creating so much uncertainty for neighborhoods and people looking to plan their family and their lives. All those issues are even before the safety and security issues that this would create for select neighborhoods. That is what I really want to talk about here. The issue is integrating social housing into every neighborhood in the city instead of loading up select few neighborhoods. The downtown east side model is an absolute failure, so we need to do something different. What is happening right now is warehousing people without solutions and concentrating these individuals who are in unfortunate situations without adequate solutions, and it's harmful to them and the communities around them. For example, my neighborhood in Mount Pleasant, we have the Biltmore and soon to have the Best Western SRO in the same block. There was zero consultation with residents in the neighborhood. I can tell you that crime in the neighborhood has never been higher. We have had our secured condo parkade broken into several times, our mailbox broken into several times, several attempted break-ins, countless break-ins into our stairwell, causing damage, setting off fire alarms in the middle of the night and morning. This is all in the last 7 months. It's a lot. Previously, we had our bike room broken into on multiple occasions, and many other issues. Also, on top of that, many mornings during the day and the night, there are explosions from fireworks, firecrackers, and vandalism. All the other buildings in this neighborhood are facing a similar issue. 2 of the neighboring buildings had their mailbox broken into just the other week. And actually, this I had to add after I had prepared the speech last week, but we actually had 2 incidents since the last council meeting to discuss this. 1 attempted break-in and 1 successful to our mail room. So we know from having discussions with the police when reporting these issues that the crime rates have increased in correlation with the Biltmore becoming an SRO. Many of the perpetrators are caught there. There's a big difference between low barrier and high barrier tenants. We have the recovery center on our block as well, and we've never had any issues from them. Everyone's very supportive. In fact, we're actually supportive of the Biltmore as well. Our issue is just the lack of planning. In a pandemic year where insurance costs have doubled, we're having to spend money increasing security, and we're still getting broken into. We have to consider hiring a full-time security guard. We're also concerned about the safety, security of loved ones. My partner takes the bus to work on the block of the Biltmore, and the other day there was a gentleman who got on with her carrying and playing a knife seated beside a family on the bus. And I couldn't stress this enough, but we're very sympathetic to mental health and addiction issues facing people in this city, but it's unfair to load up select neighborhoods disproportionately to bear the burden of what comes with these developments instead of dispersing across the entire city. We're supposed to be one city and sharing in everything together. The issue is we're putting people in homes, not providing them the support they need to set them up for success. Having 2 social housing developments on the same block is not setting people up for success, and it's poor planning, unfair to the neighborhood. It's hard for people to turn their life around when surrounded by others in a similar situation and you're not having the adequate support there. I can't imagine having 4 or more of these on the same block because of this motion passing without any consultation with the city, with the community. The way I see it, the city is moving the issue to select neighborhoods without a real solution to treat people, just finding boxes to stuff people in. In addition to that, they are then raising the tax rates on people who this is impacting and leaving the neighborhoods without additional policing or security. The city is effectively charging neighborhoods more to be less safe. And again, as I said, I can't stress it enough that we want help for everybody. It's time for the city to start dispersing social housing to every neighborhood in the city. We already have more than our fair share in our neighborhood and a few other neighborhoods. The downtown east side model does not work. Now, I'll take this a slightly different direction, but this is also not to mention the incredibly high cost of taxpayers of these recent building purchases. I understand that funding is coming provincially and federally, but to hear that it's costing $750,000 per unit in neighborhoods with expensive real estate is appalling, both to the city, provincial, and federal taxpayers. There's studio apartments in the city that cost much less. Further, there's other cheaper neighborhoods where there's other solutions that can be done at a much cheaper price. And I'm very, very curious to see what neighborhoods council live in and where they own real estate investments and how that's lined up with the proposed social housing developments. The public should know this, just like when Mayor Gregor Robertson put forward the motion for a bike lane through his neighborhood without adequate consultation. It was an obvious conflict. I'm a bike rider, FYI, so I love the bike lane, but I'm just trying to draw the analogy here. I am an owner in the city, and I want affordable housing for my friends, family, and neighbors, especially for young people and those that are disadvantaged. I would be thrilled to see a major correction in the market. Most of us want affordable housing, but everything that has been done has only pushed prices up further. Do we think that letting developers sell 70% of the development to the market with 30% social housing will do anything positive for anyone but the developer / the not-for-profit? This is going to push up real estate prices everywhere further. If we really want to tackle affordable housing, obviously supply is one side, but we have to stop allowing people who aren't paying taxes in our city and organized crime from buying up real estate for speculation and using it as a safe haven. More young people are leaving the city every day. Do we want Vancouver to be a piggy bank for non-tax-paying people and the underworld at the expense of citizens? Or do we want Vancouver to be a thriving city, welcoming of all those who contribute to society, the economy, and pay taxes here? We need to lobby the provincial and federal government. This isn't about racism or where people are coming from. This is about protecting the interests of Canadian citizens and Vancouver residents who are a collection of ethnicities and who happen to be one of the most multicultural collection of people in the world. And I'm not sure if this policy is virtue signaling to make it look like we're trying to make a difference, or if it hasn't been fully thought through. Are developers supportive of this policy? I really want to know this question because I bet you they're really supportive of it. I would be if I was them. When are our representatives finally going to work for the people, not developers? And just from participating today and the other day on the meetings, it's very clear that the people have spoken. I listened all day the other week and today, and I would say that the ratio of people opposed to this versus for this motion is much more than 10 to 1. Democracy is showing that people want to address social housing in a different way. I think almost all the speakers are actually supportive of social housing. So we have a whole bunch of people who are supportive of social housing, and we have a motion that everyone is opposed to. There's got to be a way to make everybody happy and achieve benefits for social housing. And all I have to say is if this goes through, it will show that our representatives are not working in our best interest. If anything, these types of motions should go to a public vote for affected neighborhoods. Thank you.
Great, and thank you. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have some questions by a councillor. Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Great. Councillor DeGenova, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, and I appreciate your comments, and thanks for listening. I'm wondering, just to really zone in, because I only have 3 minutes, there are lots of questions I want to ask you, but specifically on the services that you're talking about, and I would suppose that you were talking about shelter rate housing or housing where that would allow property tax exemption for nonprofit organizations. Is that correct when you talk about the burden of providing services that are funded by property taxes? Onto the current taxpayers, which I include renters in that because they also pay taxes for their rent, that would be unsustainable after a certain period of time, depending on how much social housing we were able to, I suppose, approve or move forward with.
Well, I think my point was more so around services in terms of treating mental health and those sort of things. Like, it seems to me that a lot of people are just getting sort of warehoused and they put in a home. And I know there are some services, but the services are not enough. And there's a lot of people working hard to try to provide services. And I think they're doing a good job, but I don't think they're provided probably enough resources federally, provincially, and maybe by the city as well to actually help people instead of just having people getting, 10% of the services that they should be getting to actually get better and become fully functioning members of society. So that's more so what I was talking about. And in terms of the burden on others, I'm talking about increased security, having things broken into, worrying about the safety of your family, all those sort of costs that are not all tangible. A lot of them are intangible as well, but there's some of them are definitely tangible.
Thanks for that. Just also a follow-up to something that you just mentioned, and I'm not sure I hear typing there, Chair, but
yeah,
maybe someone's not on mute. But just wanted to ask specifically when you think about sort of the way that we consider those services, because those services need to be paid for, whether it's looking at as you said, policing or fire, water. If we have properties that are, we'd be talking about land right now that's owned by a nonprofit that could be property tax exempt. Does that concern you? That there would be the province and the federal government may not be contributing, because this is about social housing. It's not about, as you well noted, supportive housing.
Okay, you
Which
have
is
about
something
10
different.
seconds to respond. I'm sorry, but
I
you've
hope you'll
just
give
about
me
run
my
out of
10
time.
seconds for the typing there, Chair.
I agree.
Thanks.
Yeah, that wasn't me typing, FYI. But yeah, I agree with that. I think this is a federal, provincial issue as well. We have a lot of people coming from across the country to live in Vancouver, and I think it's really unfair that the financial burden is on the city of Vancouver. And I think there's a lot of people from the Lower Mainland that are coming to Vancouver as well that are getting put in these social housing. And I know for a fact from people I know who work in social housing that there's a lot of people from Surrey, Abbotsford, these other places that are getting put there, and it's unfair to the Vancouver taxpayer.
Right,
Thank
and
you
that
very
I'm
much
well
for your
over time.
comments.
Thank
And
you so much.
I'd just
Appreciate
like to
that.
ask, Chair, that
No,
if the
yeah.
speaker could send in their comments as well, if they are typed out, I'd very much appreciate all of council being able to receive those.
Right,
Thanks so
thank you. Again, well over your time, Councillor DeGenova. But that's it. Thank you very much. That's it for your questions, and very much appreciate your staying on the line and your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate it, and I'll send in my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Speaker 123, Jens von Bergman.
No, Chair Carr, that speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We're on to Speaker 124, Elizabeth Murphy.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Thank you. So good evening. I just wanted to say that social housing with appropriate locations, supports, and amenities could be provided in every neighborhood if the scale, form, and context of each neighborhood were properly considered. This motion doesn't do this, as the proposed scale and form would have major negative consequences for the affected communities without requiring project rezoning public hearings. Therefore, I'm speaking in opposition. The main reasons are the scale of the proposed RM buildings to 12 stories and 6 FSR are too big at 400% of the outright height and FSR, with major negative impacts on existing rentals, land inflation, eviction, and displacement. That staff need to provide the data as directed by Council motion in May 2020 to inform the planning for how much social housing is actually needed. The city's definition of social housing that currently allows 70% of the units at market rent but counts it as 100% social housing when it is mostly market rents. And it is undemocratic to allow major increases in height and density without public hearing and undermines community plans. I'm going to focus on the first point regarding the impacts on land values and the role of zoning. Land values are based on development expectations. This is set mainly by, 1, what is allowed under the zoning both outright and conditionally, 2, the site influences such as location, views, amenities, and 3, speculation based on precedents in the area that determine potential for zoning increases. The huge increase in scale proposed for RM3 and RM4 of up to 400% of that allowed by current outright zoning would increase land lift for the subject property and all of the area around the site. It would go from 3 to 4 stories at 1.45 FSR to 12 to 13 stories, including the exempted top floor amenities, with 6 FSR. This would definitely increase land values, especially since it would be within the zoning without a public hearing at 70% market rentals, and that in many cases it would have spectacular views in otherwise low height areas. This would be a huge incentive for developers to create nonprofit corporations to take advantage of this benefit, including potential subsidies from senior governments for very low financing. The apartment zones contain most of the city's existing affordable older rentals. Huge increases in development rights will result in loss of these rentals that are generally larger and more affordable than both new market and subsidized rentals. It will displace people through eviction. Even if the city fixed the definition of social housing to be all truly subsidized units, a 12-story, 6 FSR building in otherwise low-density area would set huge precedents of size that cause speculation for potential future spot rezonings for condos. Zoning used to be adhered to, with spot zoning rare if ever. Vancouver's use of conditional zoning at the discretion of the Director of Planning were relatively small increases. To increase conditional zoning by this magnitude of 400% above outright zoning is beyond what is reasonable. The Part B of the motion that proposes similar but unspecified zoning increases in most other residential zones would have the same problems and effects. The predetermines planning outcomes. This is not proper planning process. Under previous CMHC and BC housing programs, they learned from the failed urban renewal social housing tower projects of the 1950s and 1970s. The priority was changed to ground-oriented family housing that fit into the context, generally up to 4 stories, with a limit of 50 units per project that was fully subsidized in a co-op model. This could be successfully integrated in most neighborhoods and should be reinstated. In response to a previous speaker the other night, the Arbutus Walk project was one of my projects when I worked at BC Housing. It required 20% true social housing for the whole site, consistent with large site policies. It's a ground-oriented co-op for families.
Okay, Elizabeth Murphy, you are just over time, but you do have questions from a counselor, so if you would like to stay on the line for that, that would be great.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to ask you a question a little bit about the notion of land inflation. Presumably the reason that the nonprofit housing industry wants this is because they can't make the numbers work within the existing zoning. So the notion is let's rezone it, and that's going to make the numbers work from a pro forma perspective. Have you had any experience with pro formas on social housing?
Well, yes, because I used to actually, as a property development officer for both the City of Vancouver and for BC Housing, I was involved in building social housing. And I think the problem with the way things are the programs are set up right now is that they're letting form follow finance rather than when CMHC and BC Housing had their previous programs in the 90s. They recognized that they had to fit in with the existing zoning, so they would be part of the community. They would be ground-oriented for families, and they set up their numbers to work with that. The idea that we just keep rezoning to meet whatever figures the development industry say that they need in order to make something pencil out is a mug's game, because it just keeps increasing the amount of upzoning, which definitely has an impact on land values, and they're just in increasing speculation, because anytime you put a very big building inside an area that's otherwise zoned lower, like from 3 or 4 stories up to 12 stories, the next time someone comes by to try to rezone a site in an area that's close to that for condos, they're going to be pointing to that building regardless of its tenure as the precedent for the scale for their building. And people will be looking at this as speculation for what they can build in terms of market, both rentals and for condos in the future. So it just ups the ante and creates the new height to beat. And so it has everything to do with the problems of affordability we're having now. Sorry.
Great. Yeah, that's okay. That is it for your time, Councillor Hardwick. Thank you very much, Elizabeth Murphy, for coming to speak to Council and for answering those questions. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
So we're on to Speaker 125, Larry Benge.
Good evening.
Yep, we can hear you clearly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Okay. I just want to kind of reiterate what we've been hearing for the last couple of days. The problems with this motion are the definition of social housing, either by the city or by the provincial requirements. And the second largest kind of comment by most people is the anti-democratic feeling of this motion, how it harms the process. It ignores the process. It removes and silences citizens' voices in the process. Although claiming that you will have further opportunities to comment, those opportunities come by way of a development permit board, which is very, very limited in its comment ability, or not at all, because the motion is moving towards, it's the first step towards embedding these changes into these very zoning bylaws. And as somebody said, these buildings can appear without any public consultation. You would hardly know that they're coming because they are part of the zoning bylaws, so there's not even a sign that will show up. Some of the other things, it overrides existing community plans, very little time to consider the information for feedback and consideration, because the information is released on a Thursday for a Tuesday hearing following, so most people don't know about it. And the other part is the continuing problem with data and the lack thereof. How much social housing do we actually need in the city? We don't know, because we don't have the data. The staff has not given out that data so that people know what it is. And a clarification of a question that Jean Swanson asked, Councillor Swanson asked of one of the earlier speakers, of the concern about 8th and Arbutus development. It is an example of what could happen, whether it is subject to this passage of this or not. It is an example of what could happen in the future, that a building such as that would be allowed because the embedding of 12-story maximum height in the zoning bylaws would allow that to go ahead without any public consultation, any public hearing at all. The idea given by another speaker just a few speakers ago, that what people who oppose this motion are asking for is that every building built in the city of Vancouver should be open to public consultation. Well, that's simply not true, because the existing zoning bylaws, under which probably a majority of the buildings currently being built are built, those buildings are approved without public consultation, because the zoning has gone through a consultation process in the establishment of that zoning. So that's something. How am I doing? Let's see.
Yeah,
this points out.
Just over 1 minute left.
Okay, this points out. This points out the importance of neighborhood-based planning policies and the need for better ones. It also points out the possibility of setting a target for affordable housing. Should that be 100% median income, or could it possibly be something other than 30/70, such as a combination of rent-secured income, median income, and deep subsidy housing? There are a lot of different options. Why not look at it? Also, who is monitoring social housing successes and failures so that we can build on the successes that have happened in the past, and there have been a lot of them, and learn from the failures as well, and don't repeat them, and move on to better solutions. Also, don't use public hearings as the premier tool of public engagement. It is one tool; it's not the prime one. If you give it more importance, it builds tension, and it creates these public hearings where you have 126 speakers, or 200 or 300, which we've had before. We need to get into a better process of neighborhood-based planning where we can start settling differences within the neighborhoods and not have to spend all this time and energy.
That's it for your time. Thank you very much. I see no questions to you, but very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
And number 126, Randall Helton.
Hello, Randall Helton here. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, loud and clear. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm opposed to this motion and encourage all members of council to reject it. I have been living in Vancouver for about 30 years and have been a very close watcher of City Hall for thousands of hours for the past more than a decade. And I'm speaking now as an individual. The motion's purported intent to promote social housing has its merits, but the definition of social housing definitely needs to be corrected, as many people have mentioned. And this motion has far too many flaws to be fixed by amendments. I think it's totally irredeemable, and council should reject it. And here are the rest of my thoughts on this. More accurately worded, I think this is fast-tracking rezoning without public hearings to 12 stories and 6 FSR in RM3A and RM4 zones, to as yet unspecified heights and densities in almost every other neighborhood of Vancouver for 70% market price rental housing. I think as it's worded, the motion itself is misleading. The completion of a citywide plan was one of the main tasks of this council, and many of you on council were elected for a promise to do that 3 years ago. I'd like to see everyone on council and the city staff exercise more discipline and focus to this task of completing a meaningful citywide plan. And that would mean starting by insisting that staff provide the data that has been requested unanimously by council a year ago, and then putting as much energy and resources as possible into completing a comprehensive and a trust-building Vancouver plan. And I really think the word of trust building is important. I think that council and staff have been mutually enabling a failure to focus on this task. We've seen a barrage of motions and push surveys that hive off specific corridors, types of housing, or zoning districts, and raise ruckus, create divisions and everything. And many of these have citywide implications and significant ones. But I think we need to get to the main task of a citywide plan and stop these types of motions. The former planner Scott Hine asked in an article recently in the Tyee, how much of Vancouver is even left to plan? The city pledged to engage neighborhoods on their futures, but it keeps interjecting new zoning. Much of what you have heard so far from speakers reveals an underlining tone of public mistrust or wariness or skepticism towards the municipal government, especially when it comes to planning. Why is that? Over the past 15 years or so, the city has expended much of the public trust, if you could consider that to be like capital. And it does not have to be this way. I think that it could be improved, and senior management at the city as well as all our elected officials, should really be working on rebuilding that trust and credibility, especially when it comes to planning matters. So in conclusion, I ask that you please reject this motion and get immediately back to the real task at hand, which is a meaningful consultation on a citywide plan that can build trust in the City Hall. There are ways to address social housing once the definition is rectified, and I think that could be handled within the overall consultations. Thank you very much.
Great, and thank you. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. That's okay. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead. Up to 3.
Thanks very much. I had a question as to your comments on the citywide plan. Did you feel that, I mean, I'm looking at the public hearing processes right now and what is required by the provincial government and the notice that has to be given and what other speakers have said about how much time they've even had, or if they signed up or know people who wanted to sign up to speak to this that couldn't. Do you think that the best way to move forward with this, especially considering we can't do things such as expand like the short program, because right now there's a moratorium on DBL, our development, building, and licensing, so I would deem that would be kind of out of order. I'm just wondering if you would think that the best way forward for this would be the citywide plan.
Yes, well, I think, so you're asking me if the best way forward is a citywide plan?
Yes, or would you rather see something happen that unfortunately we put a moratorium on, and because we put a moratorium sort of on looking at sort of the licensing side instead of the public engagement side and rezoning and land use and planning side, we can't, it's my understanding, move forward on the other side of that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure I totally understand.
Sorry, we have a moratorium right now on any of our licensing processes. So really, all that's left to us is land use and zoning. I didn't support it, but others did, and that's where we are. And sorry about that. Just trying to give you the background about my question. So if that's where we're at, is it important to you that this goes to the citywide plan? That I know Councillor Carr had originally moved forward for robust consultation and planning and consideration. Is it important to you that is considered in this?
Yes, well, I think I'm still not sure about, I don't know the background of the moratorium and stuff like that, but I do think that the city is spending a large amount of resources on many different consultations now through Shape Your City, and these are all seem to me distracting from the, your different sections of the city are being sectioned off with isolated consultations on them, and in fact, they often seem to be working towards preset conclusions. So I think, as I mentioned before, you need to build trust in the consultation processes, but focus on getting the citywide plan going. And I'm sorry, I don't know about what moratoriums are in place right now.
That's okay. That's it for Councillor DiGenova's time.
But if you could send your comments in writing, that would be great. I would really appreciate
it. Okay, that's great, Councillor. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for taking the time to speak to Council and to answer the questions. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Council, we are at the end of the list. However, I'm going to go back and call out the names of those people who were on the list, but were absent when I called their names before. So I'll only do this once, but I am going to go through this list, and we are going to start from the top with Tom Armstrong, who was public body representative from Cooperative Housing Federation of BC. Tom Armstrong, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chair Carr and Council. My name is Tom Armstrong. I'm the CEO of the Co-op Housing Federation of BC and the Community Land Trust Foundation. I'm also a resident of Vancouver. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. When I spoke to you about a month ago on the motion to allow automatic increases from 4 to 6 stories, I described it then as a modest proposal. And I recall saying it's the least you can do to make it more likely that existing co-op and nonprofit housing can be redeveloped over time and preserve affordable homes in affordable communities. So here we are, considering a motion that invites us to have another conversation about what more we might do. And that's all, a conversation with a recommendation to come from staff. And, you know, I have to admit I'm dismayed and more than a bit surprised at the organized outrage in response to a request for a staff report. You've heard so much speculation about this proposal. None of it's based on the language of the motion or any data I'm aware of. We hear warnings of profiteering by co-ops and nonprofits as if that were even possible. I hope we might have some time to explore this question of what nonprofit means, because the version you heard on the first evening of speakers bears no resemblance to what you'll find in the Federal Income Tax Act or the Provincial Societies Act. We're warned about a tsunami of 12-story buildings running roughshod over neighborhoods, tenants being dem-evicted, inflation in land prices, real estate speculation run rampant. But the people who make this argument are confusing value with price. And they're ignoring the fact that co-ops and nonprofits are not speculators. They own and operate housing on a not-for-profit basis. It's all they do. We know, you heard the last time we got together, Jill Ackey spoke about housing as a long game. You need to get it built on a timeline that doesn't make it too expensive to operate on day one. And then from the first day you open, it becomes more affordable as time passes. So for a few hundred great examples of how this really works, I invite you to look at how affordable many of our member housing co-ops are today, most of them built in the 80s and 90s. But first you have to get it built, and you need to get it built at a density that supports the incomes you're trying to house. But this motion just opens the door to more opportunities to achieve workable economies of scale. Now, it's pretty obvious that the definition of social housing has taken a serious beating in this discussion. And to be candid with you, I'm not a fan of the definition. I'm not a fan of any definition, for that matter. I believe that starting with a cap on your income misses the point in how you build out a housing development pro forma. But I get why it's a problem. The definition is a flashpoint, so let's deal with it. Co-ops and nonprofits are not trying to game the system by minimizing or reducing affordability. We would be happy to negotiate the highest possible affordability targets as part of each development. We're also happy to open our books and show you exactly what inputs and outputs are built into our pro formas and what level of affordability we can support on day one. That's an open invitation. We have nothing to hide. All we ask is that the city not try to pretend that adding costs through time delays, design wrinkles, or other means doesn't directly impact affordability on day one, because it just does. It's also worth noting that the most likely beneficiaries of what might emerge from this discussion are co-ops and nonprofits looking to redevelop their existing sites to provide more affordable homes for the people who so desperately need them. You approved a great example of what I'm talking about last week in the Aaron Webster Housing Co-op. And in the process, you saw concretely how the community housing sector approaches the challenge of resident relocation and rehousing. Trust me, we don't have bags of cash stuffed under the mattress to buy up all the existing properties in town. I wish we did. You would get a great outcome from that too. Instead, we're just busy working every day to make Vancouver just a little bit more affordable for everyone who wants to live and work here. So in summary, I'd say let's talk. Passing this motion is a perfect opportunity to spark exactly the kind of discussion we need about how to add more affordable housing to communities all over Vancouver. That doesn't sound like the end of democracy to me. In fact, it sounds like democracy is alive and well and living in Vancouver. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind staying on the line, you've got questions from councillors.
Happy to.
And first, Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks, and thanks so much for being so clear about all of this information. I want to ask a question about the definition of social housing, which you identified as clearly a barrier to having good and well-informed conversations about the type of housing we can build. If council were to adopt a much stricter, sorry, that's my 6-year-old in the background. If council were to change that definition to say require all of the units to be below the median household income or something much stricter, what would that mean for the viability of new co-op housing across the city?
It would mean a full stop on all new development and redevelopment of affordable housing. And that's what I mean by imposing an income cap as the first step in determining what affordability is. I would say the definition should be the highest level of affordability in a particular development that the pro forma can support, based on an open book accounting of it with council and city staff.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I wonder as well, I know you spoke to this a little, but there's been a lot of concern that this system will be gamed by for-profit developers or profit-seeking investors or whatever else. Can you speak a bit more to the requirements in terms of the system not being played like that?
Well, I'm assuming that the opportunity to take advantage of the proposal that's being made is available only to not-for-profit housing operators. And in that case, the land inflation issue doesn't really become a factor, other than when the value of land owned by a nonprofit or a co-op increases, it raises the borrowing ceiling for the nonprofit, so you can actually afford to borrow enough to get your project built. But it doesn't affect the price because you're not intending to sell. So if your mission and your articles of incorporation, this goes back to the nonprofit definition, require you to pursue only activities that deliver on the mission you were incorporated to pursue, and don't allow proceeds of sales or dissolution to be distributed to individuals or members, then you've locked in the affordability, and the increase in the value of the asset can only be used to deliver more security of tenure and more affordability over time.
Okay, thanks. I have one more quick question, which is, do you have a sense of the number of people on waiting lists for co-op housing in Vancouver?
It's so many thousands that many co-ops have just simply closed their waiting lists, because it's not fair to tell people they might have an affordable home in 5 years.
Okay, thanks for all those clarifications.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Swanson, up to you next. Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could expand on the issue that some people have brought up, that nonprofits can scam the system and could scam the system and make a profit by paying their workers a big fat salary or things like that.
Yeah, I think our books are open, so there's there's nothing to hide on for a nonprofit. I think people sometimes confuse profit and surplus, and I hope nonprofits are organizing their operations to generate a surplus every year, because you wouldn't want to partner with an organization that ran on such a threadbare basis that they couldn't hedge against any contingency that cropped up. But the Income Tax Act makes it really clear what has to be in your articles of incorporation to qualify for a tax exemption federally. And then the Provincial Societies Act stipulates that no part of the proceeds of operations can be distributed to individual members, and you can't issue share capital, so you can't pay off an investor. So there's no potential that I can see for not-for-profit operators to game the system, because it's baked right into their articles of incorporation.
Okay, if you had free land, say you have already own the land, and you get government financing and don't have to put in parking and get DCL and CAC waivers, how much affordability can you create? Is it just 30% at Hills, or could you get more with those things?
You might be able to get more. It would depend on the configuration of the site and the density you were allowed to build. We just built out the 4 sites down on the Fraser River and the one on Kingsway, and that was a deal that we did with the city in 2014, and that was free land, 99-year leasehold for $10, and then it was possible to expect to deliver homes at an average of 3/4 of market rent with a target of 20% at shelter rate. You couldn't do that today. Just in 7 years, the market has shifted so dramatically. Construction prices, labor, soft costs have gone up so much that it really needs to be a site-specific, deal-specific penciling in of the numbers.
So how could we get more affordability? Just get more money from other levels of government? Or how much will the increased density allow you to increase affordability?
And you don't have too long
Well,
to answer. Okay, thank you.
9 seconds.
yeah. I think it comes down to when you measure affordability. Affordability needs to be measured at 1, 5, and 10 years. And the housing you build today is the least affordable it will ever be on day one, and the most affordable 10 years and on.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you for those questions, and you still have more questions. Go ahead, Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Tom. Do you think that that social housing, as we define it now, should be really the exclusive purview of not-for-profit housing providers? You made an allusion to an assumption about that.
Honestly, I do. And here's the difference: if you bake in a 30-70 mix in the private sector, you're going to be struggling to maintain that 30. If you strike the same deal with a community housing developer and operator, the 30 doesn't become the ceiling; it becomes the floor. And you're always working to increase the number of affordable homes and increase the depth of the affordability you're able to offer. So that, to me, is the difference, whether you want that 30% to be a ceiling or a floor.
So with that said, then, because we got legal advice on inquiry around the definition of social housing, as it's written right now, a nonprofit, by definition, does not have to be a housing provider at all. So the mandate of a nonprofit would not necessarily be to increase housing affordability. It could be whatever the mandate of that nonprofit organization happens to be, and that could be, I don't know, any number of nonprofit priorities, but not necessarily housing. Does that reflect any change in opinion on how we need to grapple with this in that context? Because that's what I struggle with, actually.
Yeah, and we've talked about that before, and I think it's a fair point. What BC Housing typically does, if it has concerns about how an organization's mandate or mission might evolve over time, it requires, as a condition of the development agreement you enter into, to bake certain covenants or restrictive provisions into your articles of incorporation or your rules and bylaws, and to stipulate that they're irrevocable. They can't be changed over time if you decide to go in a different direction. I think that's a fair trade-off for the kind of benefit that would be available under an arrangement like this, and we'd be happy to talk about that.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
And that is it for your questions. Thank you very much for staying on the line to answer those questions and for speaking to us. I'm very happy you came back again. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Great. So we are now, Council, on to the remainder of this list. The first speaker on the regular list, who was not here before, is Speaker 7, Victor Vela.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, perfectly. Up to
Good.
5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time. I had a list of things to mention, but I was so moved by all the speakers that were providing detailed information on the proposal, which I am against. I am a longtime resident of Vancouver. I've lived in Hastings Sunrise, Fraser Hood, as it's called now, Oakridge, and in Kitsilano. And I've seen the city evolve through a process of consultation with the neighborhoods. They may and have been, council has been voted in for specific reasons to provide overall guidance to planning and to provide information to residents and voters throughout the city for the betterment of the city as a whole. The housing situation is not new. It's always been a case in Vancouver. We've always had issues, and we've never been able to address them correctly. However, the rezoning and zoning and approval process that's in place now provides some stability and provides an open venue for people to comment on how they see their city grow. This motion, if approved, goes against that. And it goes against the comments that are on the city website and at the planning find a development permit application or permit. The City of Vancouver is committed to making sure that neighbors are informed about proposed developments in their neighborhood and that they have opportunities to provide input, quote unquote. That is what voters and what residents of Vancouver expect from our council. Leadership to maintain that openness. I want to comment briefly on Mr. Armstrong's comment with respect to that the social housing projects don't necessarily add to spikes in real estate value. As a former owner of a property on Gravely Street, just west of Commercial, that was many years ago acquired in an assembly for a social housing project, I disagree. I was lucky enough to make a fair amount of profit off of that property, although I really didn't want to sell, but the neighborhood had changed and the density needed to be increased. His comment also about approve this motion and then let's talk, that goes against the grain of what and where we live. That is not a position of openness. It's a position of weakness to the voter. If council retains that strength, that leverage to do what they will, and this is what this motion gives the power to council. And I'm in disagreement on that. Thank you.
And thank you. I appreciate you coming back to speak to us tonight. There are no questions for you, but again, thanks very much for being here. On to speaker 11, Jordan Strong. Jordan Strong on the line.
It is the clerk here, Chair Carr. I do understand that speaker number 11 is not on the line. I'm just double checking. Could you just give me a moment, please?
Yep, no problem.
Yes, I got confirmation. Speaker 11 is not on the line.
Right. Council Speaker 17 was on the line but has withdrawn. Was on the list. Speaker 19 would be the next one, Annie Tang. Is Annie Tang on the line?
No, speaker number 19 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. And number 20 is withdrawn. Speaker 23, John Rucastle.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great, thank you. Good evening. I'm Dr. John Rucastle. I'm a prostate cancer researcher who lives and works in Vancouver. I stand in opposition to the proposed motion. I participated in a recent public forum facilitated by BC Housing, who were happy to punt questions, insisting that they would be appropriately addressed during the rezoning process. This motion eliminates that process, and I feel it makes a mockery of what I was participating in. And it stifles the voices of the community on a go-forward basis. Removing due diligence is not acceptable. Vancouver housing is a crisis, but knee-jerk reactions are very rarely good solutions. I want to see thoughtful responses that take into consideration all voices in Vancouver. I want to see developments that are consistent with community plans, not ones that have immunity to them. I want to see developments that are consistent with the Vancouver's published values of fairness and integrity. I want to see developments that are consistent with the oath of office sworn by you, Council, that include the oath that you will govern with fairness. By disenfranchising one group of constituents for the benefit of others, fairness and integrity cannot be claimed. The housing crisis needs to be addressed efficiently and effectively, and I don't believe it should be done without due process. Yes, fast track and optimize the process, but no, do not eliminate the process. It's simply not fair. I oppose the motion because of the flexibility it creates, not for the intended beneficiaries, those in need of housing, but for the profiteers. Please, Council, do not be naive that this is just because it's a nonprofit responsible party at the end of the process that there is not money to be made every step of the way. Case in point is a recently approved social housing development on 6th and Brunswick. This is a 12-story development next to Lions Manor, which is an existing social housing.
Speaker, are you speaker?
Sorry, I was cut off for a second.
Yes. Okay.
I'm still here.
Go.
Yeah,
okay. Go ahead. Yeah, you were cut off for about the last 5 to 10 seconds.
The applicant for the City of Vancouver rezoning was Wealth Financial, a publicly traded company with a market capital of $500 million. It turns out that this was a land swap where Wealth Financial buys the land for the new development and then swaps it for the land under Lions Manor. This, based on the City of Vancouver's assessed value, will generate a $2.4 million profit for Wealth Financial on the backs of the Affordable Housing Crusade of Vancouver. This is one example of the shenanigans played with stringent oversight in place vis-a-vis the current rezoning process. What Councillor Boyle is proposing is actually a complete financial bonanza. As Councillor Weeb and his lawyers both have noted, this is problematic. The motion claims 100% of residential floor area must be for social housing. However, the city's definition of social housing only requires a minimum 30% of the units be occupied by households with low incomes. It seems that the 100% requirement is only 30%, but that's not true. It's actually less than that. Remember that the city's definition is based upon the number of units, not the square footage. With the flexibility provided by this proposal, one could have a design where 30 300 square foot supportive units and 70 1,200 square foot units at market value. This would be compliant with the Council's proposal, but would actually have less than 10% of the units being supportive of those people in need. The proposal of Councillor Boyle is well-intentioned but short-sighted. It is rife with the potential for abuse. A developer could simply enter into an agreement with a nonprofit to finance a project. The nonprofit would then be on the hook to pay the developer back at a premium. The 10 or maybe 20% of units on the lower floors which are supportive would more than compensate for the rent generated for the luxury units above. Effectively, the developer would siphon off the cash, eliminating profits from the nonprofit. It is misleading to address this up as an exclusively social housing proposal when only a small minority.
And you are well over your time. It's just I'm sorry, but you've taken an extra 30 seconds. So, and I don't see any questions, but I do really want to appreciate you taking the time. I gave you a little bit of extra time because of the blank out in part of your time where we couldn't hear you. But thank you very much for coming to speak. It is very much appreciated. Council speakers 25 and 32 have withdrawn. So we're on to speaker 36, Whitney Dunn.
Yes, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to appear to speak before you. I am a resident of Vancouver. I live in Kitsilano, and I'm neither going to support nor oppose this motion, but I do want to make a few points about it from my perspective. First, the motion, the density does seem fine. It seems appropriate for these neighborhoods for which it's proposed, and particularly considering the scale of the housing crisis in Vancouver, which does certainly have a supply element. I'm going to disagree with some of my friends here who've been on this call that moving forward with this motion for staff to make a recommendation really to dispense with rezoning for these kind of projects is not anti-democratic. The problem with rezoning as it currently stands is it overweights the interests of current residents over those who could potentially benefit but don't currently have a voice in the process. All the people who could potentially live there but don't know about it, haven't moved to Vancouver, haven't moved to the neighborhood at this point. Then I want to ask or propose to the council 4 specific things. The first 2 dealing with other potential changes to the RM3, RM4, or to ask staff to consider, is if we're going to be first increasing the density in these neighborhoods by that amount, perhaps staff could consider other changes to RM3, RM4, for example, allowing commercial at grade. Those zones don't seem to currently allow things like restaurants or coffee shops. And with the neighborhoods potentially becoming much denser, that is something to consider. The second is a major theme, I think, from everyone who's spoken, is the affordability of housing, which turned on the cost, partially on the cost to build it. And perhaps staff could consider other potential changes to the zoning, such as, for example, removing any mandatory parking minimums or alternative construction methods which might not be currently allowed. A third point deals with the uplift in land value. And I can see that's a sore point. It's a touch point that if we allow this increased density on the land, that it's going to be a transfer to potentially private landowners, including who might want to seek similar density. To me, that's confusing. Let me take that back. That is unquestionably is a transfer of public wealth to private hands if the land does increase in value. But the solution to that isn't to prevent this kind of rezoning, it's to capture that value. And city does have means to do that. So if we are transferring public wealth in the terms of the value of that land, then we should capture that back because it is a public value. The last point is simply that zoning is separate from funding. There's a lot of argument over the definition of social housing and how we can best pay for it, but how we pay for social housing is quite a different issue from the amount that we allow in this city. And those are my comments for the council.
That is great. You don't have any questions from council, but thank you so much for taking the time to be with us and speak to this motion. So council, we're moving. Thank you. We're moving on to speaker 37, Alexander Skudlarek.
Chair Carr, I'm just double checking. I understand that speaker 37 is not on the line. Sorry for the pause.
No problem.
That's correct. Speaker number 37 is not on the line.
Great. 39, Marcus Youssef.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great. Thank you so much for taking it and listening to all of us. My name is Marcus Youssef. I speak to you not as a housing policy expert at all, definitely not that, but as a member of this city's arts and culture community. I've been working as an artist in this city for 30 years. I'm a playwright, educator, and actor. I was honored to receive the Mayor's Arts Award a few years ago, and I was the inaugural chair of the city's Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee. I've also spent a bunch of my time advocating for the central role I think artists can play in helping build a more equitable city, a city that's more local, more human, more connected, and hopefully more fun. Vancouver is bleeding artists. I can name dozens. My friend Juno Riddell, for example, and her husband Mike, two of the funniest, smartest actor-writer types I know. They had a company here, but then kids and a one-bedroom, and they moved to Hamilton. That was 2017. It worked out. Juno is now the star of that rarest of things, a successful CBC TV series. It's called Working Moms. So it was great for them, but our loss. Or the artists on the edge. I live in Grandview Woodlands, not Arbutus, just around the corner from my longtime collaborator, musician Veda Hilly. She and her husband Justin are lucky to rent one of those places. It's tiny, but they have a good landlord and so-called affordable rent. But the kid is almost a teenager, and we'll see what happens next. Or best-selling Chilean-Canadian writer and theater artist Carmen Aguirre, winner of Canada Reads, and a single mom who lives in perpetual housing precarity. Do we really want to risk losing Veda and Carmen? And never mind the fact that these are the established artists. What does housing insecurity mean for the majority of artists in this city who don't yet have Veda or Carmen or Juno's networks and access? Artists who are racialized, artists with disabilities, artists marginalized by poverty and class, artists from communities who have been thoughtlessly, though usually not consciously, excluded from the city's cultural institutions and programs for decades. Ironically enough, this is occurring right at the moment when we as a sector are actually at long last beginning to face the undeniable fact of that exclusion. But you know who's not leaving? My friend, writer and stand-up comedian Charlie Damaris and his wife, Kara Ng, or actor Andrew McNee and his partner Karen, who's a teacher. These artists are okay, relatively secure, like my longtime associate Chelsea Haberlin, who recently took over the company I ran for 15 years, New World Theatre. They're all low to middle income in their 30s and 40s with kids in tow. And you know why these artists aren't leaving? Because they live in co-ops. Over and over again, the artists I know who are able to stay are those who are lucky or connected enough to snag one of those rare coveted spots in a co-op built in the 1980s. Co-ops and nonprofit housing are the last decent shot artists in this city have of not being forced out, and maybe of even continuing to contribute to the cultural life of this city, because we do want local artists, right? We do want our own distinct local culture, right? Here's a layperson's observation. A policy is proposed that advantages nonprofit housing over the for-profit sector, and many people rush to city council to say we cannot prioritize nonprofit and co-op housing because it will make land speculation and maybe some other problems caused by the for-profit housing system worse. I don't get that. I'm not an expert at all, but I don't get it, and I really appreciate Tom Anderson for his comments. This motion is something City Council, with its very limited jurisdictional power, can actually try, because it's a crisis. And I think we have to try. That's what artists do too. We try things before we know if they will succeed. And if they don't, we keep working on them until it's clear that they never will. Then we admit we failed. We gripe a lot about bad reviews, and we move on. And we don't risk failure and public criticism and sometimes very real threats to our careers because we think we're going to make a lot of money. We do it because we hope it might make our collective experience of this life and this city a little better. And I think that's how we should treat this policy and this idea too. I think enough smart people who are experts have said this could work, that with a little luck and good collaborative process, this motion could help the city be more than the playground for the wealthy that I believe it is in grave danger of becoming. So as an artist, in conclusion, as someone who is housing secure, largely because of my class privilege, as someone who's received support from the city that has allowed me to take my work to 4 continents across the globe, and as someone who has watched so many of my friends and colleagues be forced to leave, I don't see an option except to support it, to try, and I strongly and respectfully urge you to do the same. Thanks very much.
And thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you, but I very much appreciate you taking the time to come and speak to us.
Thanks.
Great. Council speakers 40 and 42 have withdrawn. That leads us to speaker 45, Damien Kettlewell.
Well, good evening, Chair Carr and councillors. And it's been really interesting listening to everybody's engagement thus far. I've been living in Vancouver for 48 years. I'm a male and I'm Caucasian. I acknowledge the privileges that have come from that in my life. That said, I have run for office, provincial office 3 times in the past chapter, and I've lost every time. But I'm more schooled in matters of provincial jurisdiction. But I'm compelled to speak this evening, first and foremost, because I became aware of this motion as our children attend St. Augustine's School at Arbutus and 7th. So I'm a father of 4 and a business person. Personally, I was torn by the BC housing proposal at 7th and Arbutus initially, as every time I see a homeless person on the street, I have a sense of guilt. It's a kick in the gut, and a sense of responsibility to help out to ensure that there was housing for all, and important health services that come along with that. Specifically in regards to this motion, it doesn't personally pass my sniff test, as many in the community around 7th and Arbutus were organizing to engage in public consultation process to try and influence the design of the building, to ensure there was secondary care and health services nearby, and they were looking to impact the demographics of the residents in the social housing project to ensure that women and children were welcome, and even that folks that end up living there, that it would be an appropriate place for them to smoke tobacco and ensure that the kids are safe. And it seems like their voices are silenced now, so that is concerning. The current zoning is for 3 stories.
Damien, sorry, Carol. Just to be clear, we are really focused on the actual motion that's in front of us, not that project. I've allowed speakers to raise the issue of that project. It's just an example, but to go into depth on the details of it isn't appropriate at this particular meeting. It will be at a public hearing. You may have not been on the line at the time that it was clearly announced that, or it was stated that particular project you are speaking to will be going to public hearing, regardless of this motion. So, yeah, just so you know. So if you could just clearly focus on the motion at hand, that would be good. Thank you. Just before you go on, Councillor DeGenova, what's your point of procedure?
Thanks, Chair. My point of procedure is, because not all speakers were told that, and some spent most of their time, if not all of their time, speaking on that matter, I'm just wondering if that's fair, that it's announced partway through and that speakers who have pre-planned their comments can't share them with us.
Yes. So I've tried to catch every speaker, Councillor DeGenova, as they speak to this issue, and not allow them to go beyond the mention of the project and perhaps a few points. But as I see they're getting into it more, I've stopped all of those speakers from continuing on at length about the 7th and Arbutus projects. And I noticed that other councillors in questioning have also raised that. So I think there has been a fairness applied to all the speakers on this issue. Thanks for raising it, though. Go ahead, Mr. Kettlewell. Sorry, Damien Kettlewell. We're not using honorifics. Go ahead, Damien.
Thank you, Chair Carr and Councillor DeGenova. And so, listen, just to wrap up, the current zoning in many of these areas is for 3 stories, and then there's moved to go to 6 stories, and now there's this 12 stories, and the whole process seems rushed, and the elimination of a process for local folks to get involved, it just kind of rubs me a bit of the wrong way. I definitely, I oppose the motion, but I do encourage the city to take drastic steps to provide more social and supportive housing. But it would be nice if there was reference to peer-reviewed urban policies from around the world, or references to certain policies that are proposed to be implemented that references what other cities around the world have done to make drastic improvements to their homelessness situation. It just seems like a bit of a one-off, and it's a bit concerning. And so it'd just be nice to see more peer-reviewed research to support what the city is proposing, to ensure in the end that we want to provide more housing to folks and get folks off the street, and really concurrently provide healthcare services to ensure that they stay off the streets and they get housing for themselves. So encouraging for the city to take a bold step, but definitely discouraged by the lack of local engagement and the lack of reference to research and data from other jurisdictions. So thank you very much. That's it for me.
Actually, if you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions from a councillor, if that's okay.
Sure, certainly.
Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks. I just am curious. You mentioned that you think the city should take drastic action in improving affordable housing, and I'd be interested to hear if you have any specific recommendations of what kind of drastic action you would recommend or support.
Yeah, drastic actions that references policies, thank you for the question, that have worked elsewhere in the world, and drastic actions where there is a process for local engagement. So I don't have any specifics for you. I'm not an expert in social housing or supportive housing, but it seems like the tenets of democracy are important, and the tenant and the ability to be able to reference other projects that have worked around the world would be important as well. So maybe that process will happen later, but yeah, and there's an election coming up next year, so everyone's running for their jobs again next year. Hopefully they're all going to run it again, and I encourage you to put forward these in your election campaigns. And this seems like a pretty central issue for those running for office again next year. So it's too bad the election wasn't in 3 months instead of maybe 9 or 12 months. But it is what it is. So yeah, so I look forward to participating in things moving forward and providing assistance where possible.
Okay, thanks. So sorry, just to clarify, you don't have to have the specifics, of course, that's not your job here, but you would support us taking bold action where it's supported by experts and studies and success in other places.
Yeah, and where local folks are able to comment on other policies that have been implemented elsewhere in the world that have worked successfully. As long as that principle of local involvement and local feedback is critical, it seems like, to a healthy democracy.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time.
Great.
Thank you very much.
You have more questions, if that's okay. Councillor DiGenova, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I'm just wondering if council were to make a decision tonight on this, or at the end of the speakers list on this, would you feel that that's sufficient public consultation, even if it was amended?
No.
Do you feel that this is something bigger that needs to go to a plan, or do you feel that this is something that I mean, I'm looking at the public hearing processes and the rules, and just to refresh my memory here on the provincial website, and the notice that needs to be given, and the newspapers, or the way that this needs to be communicated with the public. Do you feel that this is adequate to make a decision tonight, considering it also doesn't say supportive housing, it says social housing?
I don't think it has. No, I don't think that the tenets of democracy are being followed in this specific motion. It seems rushed, and there isn't enough peer-reviewed research to support such a drastic motion.
Thanks very much.
Okay, and that is it for your questions. So thank you very much for staying and answering those questions, and also for coming back to speak to us tonight. Very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great. Speaker 46, Lydia Cleary.
Chair Carr, it is the clerk here. There's a number on the list that we do not have on the line at the moment, and speaker number 46 is 1, and I just received that confirmation. I can jump in and say yes, no, as you go through the list.
Okay, so Lydia Cleary is on the line or not on the line?
Speaker number 46 is not on the line.
Great, okay. Council, speakers 54, 58, and 60 have withdrawn. Speaker 61, Paul Makowski. Is he on the line?
I've been told no, but I'm just double checking. Sometimes they join at the last minute. I got confirmation no.
Okay, speakers 62 and 65 have withdrawn. Speakers 67, Lizette Donaldson, is she on the line?
No.
Okay. Speaker 69 has withdrawn. Speaker 71 is Brian Palmquist.
Yes.
Palmquist on the line. Okay. Brian Palmquist?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we
name is
can
Brian
hear
Palm.
you. Go ahead. Yes?
I've I've resided in Vancouver for 44 years, and I oppose motion B2. I have some experience in these matters. I'm a registered architect, was the managing architect for the Concord Pacific Place development in the first two phases of Cole Harbour. I've personally designed more than 1,000 social housing and co-op housing units and consulted on many thousand more. Perhaps most pertinent to this discussion, I served from 1998 through the year 2000 on the City of Vancouver's Community and Industry Advisory Panel for rezoning, permitting, and inspection. This panel of community and industry representatives convened at Council's direction, met for a half day every 2 weeks, focused on improving City Hall's development processes. I resigned after 18 months because not a single carefully considered recommendation of the panel was accepted by City staff. After a year and a half, I sadly concluded I was on a fool's errand. Other representatives also resigned and nothing came of it. Nothing much has improved in the subsequent 21 years. Much has worsened. Most has stayed as it was a generation ago. And yet, in response to this continuing inability of City Hall to manage its own processes, we now have motion B2. This motion seeks to muzzle the citizens of Vancouver rather than manage city staff. It seeks a workaround to city-imposed development straitjackets for a favored few. It proposes to impose up to 4 times the currently zoned density anywhere in the city's residential and mixed commercial and residential zones in the interests of an emergency largely created by city staff and management's inability to effectively manage their involvement in design and construction. I recently published an article analyzing the existing zoning capacity of the city's more than 90 commercial, the C zones, which form part of this motion's scope. My analysis is based on a freely available private sector 3D visual model that is not the city's because they don't maintain one or make one available. Needs must. As a general conclusion, I determined by analyzing these more than 90 C zones that the unused existing 4-story maximum density just across these C zones could accommodate 11,000 new housing units in addition to those already existing there without breaking a sweat. To be clear, those 11,000 units are in addition to all the currently planned mega projects such as Oak Ridge, Jericho, and Heatherlands, Sinac, River District, and others, and they could happen much quicker than these mega projects. Let's pause and think about this for a moment, please. Unused existing zoning capacity in just the commercial C zones would accommodate virtually all of the city's target for social housing for the next decade in low-rise, hence cheaper forms of development. No existing residential or commercial tenants would be permanently displaced. The city's existing neighborhood commercial fabric would not only be retained, but it would be reinforced by the incremental additions of 3 stories of residential atop street-level commercial. So why isn't this encouraged and happening already? It's not happening because a low-scale 3 to 4-story mixed-use infill redevelopment that requires no rezoning will still require 1 to 2 years or more for city staff to run through the permit grinder before construction can start. This is the real issue. It takes too long for city staff to consider, to negotiate, to impose their will on the work of experienced designers, builders, and owners who know what their neighborhood needs and wants and what existing zoning and building codes permit. If you want a revolutionary increase in the volume of social and affordable housing in the city, simply make the city's own processes work better. Owners who know they will need only months rather than years to obtain permission to build what is already included in neighborhood zoning will come forward eagerly. To conclude, and in the spirit of putting my money where my mouth is, I'll be the first to volunteer my experience and expertise to a community industry advisory panel that is truly empowered to make City Hall's development, design, and construction processes work for the citizens of Vancouver. Motion B2 is not the answer. It attempts to answer the question, how can we expedite the creation of so-called social housing, while failing to ask the more fundamental question, how have we come to such a pass where rather than manage and improve the performance of city staff and management in the creation of affordable and social housing, we would instead actively choose to disenfranchise the citizens of Vancouver? We need to address the second question first if ever we want to create affordable and social housing in the city of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind staying on the line, you have questions from a councillor?
Okay.
Councillor Hardwick, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to unpack what you've described here, and if I can paraphrase and confirm for me. You're saying that the nonprofit housing industry is seeking greater height and density because the numbers don't work within the existing zone capacity from their perspective, but that if the city made it more affordable to be developing within that existing zone capacity, it would be possible to make the numbers work. Did I get that right?
Yes, I think so.
I'd be very interested in seeing your research around zone capacity and its relation to land inflation. Maybe you could comment. There's some suggestion that because this is housing developed by nonprofits, that there's no land inflation involved. It's my understanding by the very act of rezoning, by definition, we are that the land will be reevaluated at highest and best use and therefore will be inflated. So that being the case, it would make sense if we don't want more inflation to hold the line and make things more affordable within existing zone capacity. But I'm putting words in your mouth. So
is there a question? Is there a question in that?
Yeah, am I getting that right? Is that the core of the advice that you're providing to us?
Yes, it is. I had the privilege of hosting a Business Improvement Association CEO at a breakfast Zoom meeting only last week, and she pointed out that commercial businesses are already being taxed as if they had 3 stories of development above them rather than air. This particular change could result in them being taxed as if they had 11 stories of air above them, which will further destroy the commercial zones in the city. I'm not an expert on land lift, but that's a pretty simple thing that a person who is more expert brought to my attention.
Okay, thank you. It's an area that I'm interested in exploring further, and I would appreciate it if you would send in your written remarks to council if possible.
Happy to do that.
Great, thank you. And you do have more questions from another councillor, so thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor DiGenova, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, and thanks for making the time to speak with council this evening. I'm just wondering, given your expertise, do you think that this perhaps creates inequity within the nonprofit organizations for those who have land and, you know, land that was purchased maybe years and years ago? Although I suppose it may be more affordable, there are nonprofits that wouldn't receive sort of the same attention if they were working in a joint venture or if they were, in fact, leasing their land and didn't have the provisions of their own land.
Well, what I would say to that is that I don't know about the inequity thing. What I do know is, because I hear it all the time from people I know in the development and design and construction industries, that people don't want to do projects in Vancouver, many people, because it takes too darn long, and that long is affecting costs, and costs are already going up. So Vancouver is becoming unaffordable, and one of the major contributors to that unaffordability is how difficult it is and how risky it is to develop in the city. I know that, I mean, the simplest zoning to engage with are the C zonings. I've done several projects those myself. They have rules. They're very clear.
Kind of, yes, yeah.
So if why does it take 1 to 2 years when you have expert designers and builders and financiers and code consultants and building envelope consultants all on the job? Why does it take years to get those things that don't require rezoning approved? When that's the case, all
owners either sit on their land and don't develop it, so it's not available for any housing, or they just go to another community. And either way, Vancouver loses.
And can I ask, is there a municipality you would think is a good example? I've recently moved forward a motion that sort of asks that council sort of direct staff to look at working with different municipalities to look at sort of how we could expedite our processes based on their models. Is there any particular city that stands out to you? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Well, I hear less bad said about Coquitlam than and Port Moody than some other places, but I have to emphasize that's less bad. I don't think consulting city hall to city hall is the answer. I think you need to have the people who are expert in designing and constructing and developing help you unpack the incredibly arduous, difficult, lengthy, unnecessary processes associated with getting any kind of design and construction done in this city. And all you're doing by proposing motion B2 is taking one small class of project and saying you don't have to deal with all that stuff. And that's not fair. That's the inequitable part of it. Nothing to do with whether you're a co-op or a nonprofit or whatever.
Right.
Just, whatever.
Okay,
Thanks,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
over
you
my
are well
time.
over
Thank
time,
you.
Councillor DeGenova, and thank you so much for staying on the line, Brian Palmquist, to answer questions and to speak to us. Very much appreciated.
My pleasure.
And we are now, Council, on to 74, Lorraine Maramba.
Not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 75, Stephen Natiak.
Again, not on the line.
Right. Speaker 86 has withdrawn. Speaker 91 has withdrawn. Speaker 92, Sean.
Not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 98, Andrew Paul.
Not on the line.
Speaker 100 has withdrawn. Speaker 101, Penny Blesh.
I keep checking, Chair Carr, but not on the line.
Okay, so that actually, Council, is the end of the speakers list, and yes, so we are now at the point of debate and decision on this motion.
Point of information.
Yes. Go ahead. Well, you should be on the list. A point of information really only comes if you are on the speaking queue. So you'd have to either be asking a point of order or yeah, definitely not a point of information. Could be a point of personal privilege, but I don't know if that's that you really.
Point of parliamentary procedure?
Just a second. I'm dealing with Councillor Hardwick on this first. Or it could be a point of parliamentary procedure, Councillor Hardwick, but it's, yeah.
I've put myself on the list in recognition, Chair Carr. I'm just trying to respond to an email from the city manager earlier that says at the discretion of the chair, members of council can elicit certain details for the public record as a point of information, which is why I called it as a point of information.
But yes, but that only has to be, you may absolutely do that when you are up in the speaking queue.
I'm on the queue. Forgive me for the protocol.
Yes, Councillor DeGenova, did you have a point of parliamentary procedure?
My point of parliamentary procedure was whether or not Councillor Hardwick could ask a point of parliamentary.
I think we've already gone through that, Councillor DeGenova. Thank you. And up on the list first is Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I can't believe we're through all the speakers. This was a long session, and thanks to all the speakers who attended and staff for sitting, and of course, council colleagues for sitting through this. I've definitely struggled with this this member motion. I see the merits and some of the intention, but a lot of the details were challenging, and I think don't do us any favors when it comes to our roles and responsibility, in particular with the importance of what rezoning means. I think when we consider that land use decisions really are about a lot more than just sort of preserving single family home neighborhoods or racist constructs that came about with the Bartholomew Plan or any of these other different kind of permutations of zoning and land use. It also comes down to practical considerations around school capacity, around financing the cost of growth, parks, public spaces, all those kind of pieces. And it really requires a thoughtful, disciplined approach. And that's why we have planners in the first place. And that's why we have zoning. So with that in mind, I've submitted a pretty substantive amendment that I shared with the rest of council earlier. And if we move to a amendment queue, I can just sort of walk through it.
I'll move us right now. So just 1 second. Councillor Fry, I'll go on first. Go ahead.
Sure, and I can't see my orange cone, so I'm just going to assume that it's on screen and everybody's following along with me.
Yes, it is on screen.
Fantastic. So number one in A, moving this towards options, just a semantic change really, but recognizing that, striking a lot of the details here and really recognizing that what we're looking for is tools to speed up the delivery of social housing, including but not limited to decreasing the processing times for social housing developments, such as expediting rezonings for social housing, or expanding things like the SHORT program, which was the social housing and renter tenure program that we know can speed up the times of delivery for these kind of projects, but it gives staff and our rules the sort of discretion to prioritize which those would be. In B, that council directs staff to robustly consult through the Vancouver plan and the complete neighborhoods work that we're doing now, as well as the Broadway plan, and through these consultations report back with recommendations to allow additional height and density in zoning districts throughout our city, basically. And in particular, where the nonprofit housing provider owned projects, and making very clear that it's about a nonprofit housing provider owned project, because what we learned today from legal is that under the definition of social housing, a nonprofit org does not necessarily have to be in the business of providing affordable housing. They could do their minimum 30% at Hills rate, and the rest could be market, and they could be used for subsidizing a completely unrelated nonprofit operation. That is how the current policy is written, and I've brought this up a number of times about some of the challenges with our definition of social housing. Here we are, and as we've heard, there's a lot of confusion yet around it. And then just really highlighting what the BC housing income limits are today in real time. As one of our speakers alluded, it's really a snapshot of the market and what your income would need to afford a market unit. And in the case of Vancouver's market today, and the housing income limits published with CMHC data from BC Housing, it's $1,375 a month for a bachelor or one bedroom. Moving on, also adding a new clause about the costs of, I eliminated the report back to council in Q3 2021. We don't think that's possible given staff's feedback. Added a piece about cost of financing growth and services, just so we're tracking what those DCL waivers and CAC's exemptions cost us in the context of city growing and city building. Asking staff to bring forward recommendations to strengthen the TRPP. We know under section 4.1, if and we know that the RM3, 4, those areas are concentrated with existent low rent market units, and under the current process, if those were to be purchased by a not-for-profit organization, be it a housing provider or whatever not-for-profit, those tenants aren't afforded the same kind of protections unless they submit to income testing. They don't get the same kind of compensation package. So if you were there for 10 years, 20 years, it doesn't matter. You'd get 1 month compensation. So we want to sort of put forward tools to prevent rent eviction. And lastly, that if any of this work requires DBL, of course, in accordance with the moratorium that we declared at this council, we would not proceed until the moratorium is ended.
Okay,
Appreciate that was a mouthful. Sorry.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Councillor Fry. It was good to go over that orally as well. And thank you, Clerk, for enlarging the the font size on the public screen. Appreciate that. On to you, Councillor Boyle, for comments, etc. to this, up to 5.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I want to say a number of things, and the first is that this council, despite getting elected across a political spectrum, was elected to tackle a housing crisis that's been ignored for too long. We were elected to shift the balance of housing from condos and luxury homes in favor of more rental housing and more affordable housing. And I think we're all proud that we've done a bit of that. But we still regularly hear from families having to leave town, from renters whose rent is going up much faster than their incomes, from small businesses who can't find local workers to cover shifts, from low-wage workers trapped in long commutes because they can't find stable and affordable housing near their work. There's been a lot of misinformation circulating about this motion, so I want to be clear on the record about a few things. The democratic process is and needs to be much deeper than public hearings on spot rezonings. We know from studies that comfortably housed residents are overrepresented at public hearings and that renters and more vulnerable residents are very underrepresented. Absolutely, absolutely, we need to listen and to engage residents in equitable ways. And this motion doesn't eliminate that at all. And we were elected. It's our job to balance that engagement with the right to housing. And I think we can do that in a better way than we're currently doing. I also, and it relates to the amendment, want to speak to the definition of social housing. It's clear that there is a misunderstanding and mistrust in the current definition, and I'd be happy for us to clarify that. And also, I think we need to be honest that improving the definition alone isn't enough. We unfortunately, as a local government, can't just say we want the housing to be more affordable and then it becomes more affordable. So clarifying the definition of social housing is an important solution to the problem of mistrust in government. That's clearly a problem that we're facing here. But clarifying that definition doesn't build the housing that we need. To do that, we need to use the tools at our disposal, including zoning, to make it easier to build nonprofit and co-op housing, public housing, and more. And we've heard clearly from community housing experts on that. We can and should improve that definition. We should also be moving forward with the tools we have to get that housing built without delay. What we all know, what we hear time and time again, is that people need housing. The wait lists for co-op housing are in the thousands, so are the wait lists for nonprofit housing. People are struggling to stay in Vancouver. People are struggling to pay the rent in Vancouver. People who contribute deeply to our communities, including people who don't have the time to sign up at a public hearing. We know this, and we can't continue to delay. So I want to say I'm going to ask that we sever, and I have a sort of specific request of the clerks, which is I'm hoping that we could sever out C and D for a separate vote, but also number 3 in B around waivers. I'm quite happy to support adding C and D to this motion. I'm also fine with adding point 3B, which is about calculating DCL and infrastructure improvements. I think that would happen anyway. But the amendments to A and B aren't minor. They significantly weaken and delay the intended work. We've heard from experts in community housing that what's being proposed is a tangible change that we can make that would benefit them and would speed up this housing that we know we need. So I don't think we should scrap that specific tool. We could include looking at more options. We can include looking at expanding the short program, but the amendments as proposed to A and B, I think, take us in a significant step backwards from a tangible tool that we know we could be using and that we've heard from experts would help. So I won't support delaying that. And that's all for me now. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Great. And I'll just before I move on to Councillor Dominato, point of order, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. Under 8.7F, specifically to looking at all of the words shown there. There's many examples I could point out, but I understood from Sam's comments from me, I'd need a recess to go back and roll back the tape that they are already looking at expanding the short program to the many times I've brought this up since Kay Krishna had, I think it was one of her last days at the City of Vancouver, reported back to us that this was a pilot, it was successful, it was moving forward, staff were looking to expand it. I asked in inquiries recently as to whether or not staff were expanding this because it's not the SHART program, it's the short program. It's social housing or rental tenure, not just social housing and rental tenure. So I'm wondering if staff are already doing this work, and also if we can, instead of calling 2 points of order, but I will if you'd like, can we direct staff to do something after the moratorium? Should we just start piling those motions on right now? Chair, could you please let me know if that's correct? Because I understood a moratorium meant we had to wait until after, but if not, I'm sure a number of councillors have motions lined up ready to go. And those are the reasons I'd be asking your rule on 8.7F, this out of order. Thank you.
Okay, Council, I'm going to actually call a recess right now for me to confer with staff on this. I've delayed in having a break, and I think it's a good time to take a health break, everyone. And so I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess just for us to, or break, for you to have that break, and I'll confer with staff on it. So just we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
I will do the 5 countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chair Carr.
Great. Thank you very much, Council and public, for your patience. This was a little bit of conferring with staff on these two issues. On the first request for a ruling by Councillor DiGenova regarding whether or not it was deleterious, basically Section 8.7F of our procedure bylaw is the inclusion of language around the short program and increasing it in any way deleterious, incorrect, frivolous, or whatever, rude. I have ruled that it's not, so I'm not ruling that that's out of order because the short program was only used as an example. However, the paragraph section A that includes the short program as a whole, I am ruling out of order. And I'm ruling it out of order on the basis of a motion that was moved by council that initiated a moratorium on any new member motions, and that would result in new work for the staff involved in issuing development and building permits and business licenses until the end of this year, 2021. This particular paragraph, including the short program that language that's contained in it, is definitely focused on work of the DBL department. And so my interpretation of the motion that was already passed by council is that it's not necessarily work that would start in January, but any motion now, because it specifically notes members' motions, and an amendment would fall under that, would set the stage for that work. So would be included in work plans, and the department would have to accommodate that in their planning. So that's out of order. So we can proceed with not including the amendments that have been proposed by Councillor Fryan A, but the amendments in the rest of the document. So we are Councillor Boyle.
Chair Carr, I'm on the queue for a point of order related to that ruling.
You don't have to be on the queue for a point of order, Councillor Kirby-Young. You can just raise it. So I'll now acknowledge you regarding a point of order.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would like to clarify, because in the past at this council, and I believe including meetings that you have chaired, when any part of an amendment or motion was out of order, and when an amendment was out of order, the entire motion was therefore ruled out of order. And that has been our practice consistently. And I believe you have done that on several occasions. So I wonder if you can explain for council why we would differ from that practice for this and only rule part of an amendment out of order and not the entire thing. Because that's the first time I've heard that, and we have not done that at council previously.
Okay. I am going to take a brief recess to confer with the clerk on this. So we're not going to necessarily, I think this should only take a moment, but just bear with me on this.
Thank you.
Okay, council. Yes, indeed. I have ruled in that way in the past. So I am calling this entire amendment by Councillor Fry out of order and moving us back for the reason that a part of it, i.e. the section in A, has been ruled out of order by me. So we are back to the main queue. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to resubmit that entire amendment without A. Would that?
Yes, that would be perfectly kosher.
Need to do that in writing?
You do need to do that in writing.
Okay, so to the clerk.
Well, actually, to the clerk, perhaps you can just inform us. Does that have to be resubmitted?
I did, just to clear, I did resubmit it, but I couldn't change the lettering, so B is now A.
Oh, it was resubmitted. Okay, no, just as sorry. You did resubmit it. I'm sorry, to be clear.
Yes.
But the lettering might be wrong. Clerks, do you have that resubmitted amendment by Councillor Fry?
Yes, I did just receive it, Chair Carr.
Yeah, and
great. Okay, then Chair Fry, I mean Chair Fry.
Just a point of procedure.
Oh yes, point of. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova, with your
Sorry,
point
I was
of procedure.
waiting to be called on. Just under 8.14, I'm just wondering the amendments, and I'm trying to see if they're coming through here on my email, but I understood that you called that out of order. So if the exact same language was to be put forward again, would that not be able to be brought forward again because it was ruled out of order?
No, I did check with the clerk on this, Councillor DeGenova, and it's been the practice before, and it is absolutely in order for the part of the amendment or motion that has been ruled out of order is deleted, and the rest is submitted. It is in order. We have done that at the council table before.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask a point of procedure. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor
Point
Fry.
of procedure, Swanson here.
Yes, Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
If Councillor Fry's amendment is ruled out of order, does that mean that the original part of the motion can still stand?
That means that A, as the motion that is Councillor Boyle's motion, indeed stands as is without any changes. Just the A part.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fry, to your amendment now.
Point of procedure, Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Could you please move us to an amendment queue?
Pardon me? Thank you.
I don't think we're on an amendment queue.
So I'm just, Councillor Fry, you are going to be speaking to your amendment. Is that correct?
I don't think I need to re-speak to it.
Okay, well, I'm going to get us back to that amendment queue because you are now speaking. Okay. Okay, but you're not going to continue. That's fine.
No, in the interest of time, seeing the clock.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate that very much. Councillor Boyle, you are on the list now in this amendment queue. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Carr. So can I just clarify what's on the screen for us in the public is missing A. Maybe that's being added back in as we speak. My other question is on what in Councillor Fry's original amendment was C around related to the moratorium and work on DBL. If the added, so my understanding is that this, and I asked about this ahead of time, that this isn't, motion doesn't present work to DBL, and you, Chair Carr, just ruled out of order the amended addition of work to DBL. So it's not clear to me if what Councillor Fry is proposing we add in C related to D, related to development, buildings, and licensing is needed or frivolous, and I'm hoping that you could rule on that as a point of order if we need D in there.
Right. Let me just review everything else in terms of financing growth. I'm just reviewing the other amendments. Don't see any other amendments that relate to the development, buildings and licensing department. So I think just 1 second. I think D is indeed frivolous. Okay, so D, I am ruling under section 8.7F of our procedure bylaws as frivolous. Nothing in that motion is related now to DBL. Yes, did you have a point of personal privilege, Councillor DeGenova?
I just wanted to make sure I was following along correctly, that the email sent at 9:21 noted this is C now, not D.
It's still D up on our screen,
Oh,
Councillor
okay.
DeGenova.
So I understood. I just wanted to make sure that it's the elements of this motion that require the work of staff.
Correct. That is the language.
Thank you for indulging me in that.
No problem. It's important for you to know exactly what you're going to be voting on or not voting on. Councillor Boyle?
Those are all of my questions, except, sorry, we're removing D?
That's right. I've just ruled it out of order.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to reiterate my request on severing, but I see there's others on the list, so I'll come back on to make sure I'm clear on how exactly I hope that we can sever. Thanks.
I just have a point of procedure, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
To council, I don't want to have to reiterate what Councillor Kirby-Young said, and I think she said it well and very efficiently.
Go
but
ahead.
I will have to, is if a part of an amendment is ruled out of order, is the entire amendment ruled out of order, and then is it just C or is it all of the amendment?
I'm also on the queue for a point of procedure, Chair, because
actually,
I believe that just deep on that previous ruling doesn't the TRPP actually relate to DBL? You said none of the work relates to DBL, so therefore the clause that specified the moratorium was frivolous. However, does the TRPP not fall into work for DBL?
City Manager, could you just clarify
certainly,
that?
Chair Card, no. The TRPP would be handled by staff in planning, policy staff and ACCS. So no, the DBL staff, their work is primarily focused on processing permits, and that's why that section of A that related to processing times has direct implications for DBL. I don't think there's a way around that. That the original Part A of the amendment did have that impact, but we don't see that in what's remaining now. Hopefully that helps.
So there's no change. Can I have a follow up on that point of procedure, please, Chair? There's no change to the TRP doesn't necessitate any change to DBL's procedures in considering the specifics of the checkboxes that they need to look at with respect to a DP? That seems.
Yeah, DBL staff don't administer that process. That's correct.
But they don't have any work that relates to identifying if a DP touches on that? It seems hard to not make the connection that there's no touching of DBL there.
I think
it doesn't. Reviewing the TRPP does not create additional work for DBL staff.
Yeah, I think that's been repeated, Councillor.
Point of procedure.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
I believe I was waiting on a ruling from you, Chair.
Refresh my memory.
I had asked if you would just, to Councillor Boyle's point of order, or point of procedure, I believe it was point of order, ruled a part of this out of order if the entire thing was out of order.
It should have been deleted at the same time as, yeah, it's now all out of order again. I'm so
I'm
sorry,
happy to
Councillor
move
Fry.
I'm happy to move a recess so Councillor Fry could resubmit the other pieces.
Well, Councillor
Maybe
Fry
a
is.
5-minute recess.
You know what? Councillor Fry is no longer has the. Oh, wait a second. We're out of this amendment queue. We are back to the main queue. Councillor Fry. Yes, Councillor Fry. That's very kind of you, Councillor DeGenova.
I'm trying. Thanks.
Because Councillor Fry does still have time. And so, well, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Thanks.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We don't normally take recesses to allow councillors to write amendments. And if we're going to do that, we haven't done that either previously. If we're going to do that, we're establishing a new precedent that will enable all councillors to do that. And I really believe in consistency of procedure. Councillor Fry does have time left on his clock where he could resubmit or he could go back on the queue.
Yeah.
Which is what we've done previously.
Yes, Councillor DeGenova said she would be happy to move for a recess. So I will just ask for yays and nays on this for a 5-minute recess. All those in favor say yay.
Nay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay.
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 I think we're going to have to go to a vote.
I'll just withdraw. Chair, I will withdraw my motion for a recess and allow Councillor Fry to ask for his own recess. I was just trying to be helpful and follow the rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry, you still are on the floor.
Yeah, Chair,
We don't need to have that vote.
I just resubmitted. Again, the lettering's off, so it's listed as A and B, but it's B and C. A and D have been eliminated in the that I just sent. But the lettering is off because I don't know how to work that.
Clerk, I hope you copied down who was on this speaking queue. Okay, sorry, my screen went blank. I've got it back again. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Would you like to speak to this or not?
No, I am. Yeah. No, I won't actually.
Great, thank you, Councillor Fry. All right, we are on the amendment queue. Councillor, this is now a fresh amendment by Councillor Fry, and it is substantially the same. I think I'm going to just proceed through. Councillor Boyle, you had the floor on this.
Thanks, Chair Carr. Just to ask that we sever out for a separate vote B3 and then the addition of C.
Okay.
While you're doing that, point of personal privilege, Chair Carr, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Some time ago, I put myself on the queue to ask a point of information, as I was advised, as you'll recall. And I just like assurance that because I haven't seen as the queue has been moving around, I haven't seen my name on any of the recent queues. And I just don't want to be forgotten because I think it's important, the point of information that I am seeking to have answered.
Got it. Councillor Hardwick, I just put on the screen the main queue so that you can see you are up. There's Councillor Fry, then Councillor Boyle, then yourself on that
I'm
queue.
satisfied. Thank you very much for indulging me, Chair Carr.
Yeah, not a problem. I understand. Councillor Boyle, are you done then? On the amendment? Yes, you're just severing up. Okay, got it for separate vote. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Chair. I have a point of information to you.
Yes.
And my point of information is related to the procedure bylaw. And I think it's an important one for us to consider because there are very good pieces to these proposed amendments from Councillor Fry. Is that in the event that this amendment fails, or if the amendment passes, is embedded in the new motion, but then the main motion fails in a final vote. What I'm curious about is whether or not the essence of these amendments can be brought forward in a subsequent motion. I seem to recall that I seem to recall that there's sort of a 1-year period where if a motion's brought forward by a councillor, a member, and it fails, then that same motion cannot be brought forward within a calendar year.
Why don't we just ask
of the council?
Okay, why don't we just ask the city manager for a response to that question? Thank you, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Carr. Maybe we could start, if I could ask the clerk to just recite the rule with respect to motions and council reconsidering motions or bringing back motions that have been voted
on. It is the clerk here. A reconsideration motion requires majority rule, and I would need a moment here to just find it in the procedures bylaw, but it is majority rule.
Point of procedure? Nope.
No, there's another point on the floor right now.
I just want to be clear that's not my point of information. My point of information is whether or not a motion can be brought back that's dealing with the same essence or goal of a motion that's already failed before council within a calendar year. So for example, if section C, resolution C, TRPP fails, can a motion on the TRPP work be brought forward in a separate motion within the 365-day calendar year, or in a new council term if it falls within that calendar year? That's what I'm asking, not about a reconsideration.
Point of privilege.
So,
we're just getting an answer to a question, and then I'll deal with your point of privilege, Councillor Tichenova.
Yeah, Chair Carr, it's a substantive question, and there's a specific example that's been given. My suggestion would be if you can give us, and I hate to do this given the hour, but if you can give us a couple of minutes, I just want to make sure that we're giving a precise answer to the question that's been asked. If that's acceptable to council.
Yes, that is, but just before we take that break, and I will do that break, Councillor DiGenova has a point of personal privilege. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I'm just trying to follow along here, and I'm just wondering if that point was 8.14. Councillor Bly was referencing the 365 days. If that was,
I'm just asking for city clerks to refer to our procedure bylaw as a whole, not a section, because I'm not calling a point of order. So it'd be really good if we could just let the recess happen and get an answer.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. A decision.
Just one second, Paul.
Oh,
Clerk, are we being broadcast now?
Yes, we are broadcasting. Over to you, Chair Carr.
Yes, and actually over to you, City Manager, for the answer to that question. Go ahead.
Great. So a vote to defeat this would trigger section 8.14 of the procedure bylaw, which provides that a defeated motion may not be brought back to council, can only be brought back to council within 365 days by a member of council who voted in the majority. So it would be subject to the reconsideration provisions in 8.14. And again, that's assuming that the new motion is substantively the same as the motion that's defeated here. If the motion is substantively different, then it could be brought back. So in the case of the example that Councillor Bly referenced, section B, or I guess C here of the motion that deals, or the part of the motion that deals with the TRPP, it's quite a specific set of directions to staff. So it's if council were to come back with a different construct or a different direction to staff regarding a review of the TRPP, would not necessarily be subject to reconsideration. So it really depends on the nature of the motion that's being brought back in the future. So hopefully that's not too confusing. Happy to answer, provide any more clarification if that's required.
Great. Okay, and that, Councillor Bly, is an answer to your question. Are you satisfied with that?
I am. I guess I have one follow-up. It's just a reminder of the process if there was an option to salvage these, like I said, the good work in these amendments, which is important work for this council to consider, and I think C is pretty specific. So in the event that there was a rescinding of these amendments right now, is that a 2/3 or a majority?
It's a majority, as I understand. The clerk will confirm if I'm correct on that.
I have a little bit more time.
Yes, majority.
A majority, thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, I heard that. I didn't realize the clerk was also going to confirm, so I do appreciate that. I'll cede my time and save that and to see what happens now. I'm really hoping that we get to deliberate on some of these amendments, so I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Yes. Great. Okay, Council, I am looking at the time and realizing that we actually have 11 minutes, and I will need, or actually 10 minutes, and we will need a motion to extend.
Motion to extend.
Okay, Councillor Bly, a motion to extend to.
Motion to extend to finish this item.
Okay, we have a motion, Council, to extend to finish this item. And that would require a unanimous vote of council. So,
point of procedure.
Yes, go ahead.
Is this debatable?
Motion to extend. I don't think it is, but clerk. Clerk, if you can just refresh our memories. Yes, it's debatable.
I would just like to amend this to 11 p.m. I mean, we could be debating this motion until 5 in the morning. So I do think that it's fair and reasonable to set a time, not only for us, but for our staff, who I imagine also may have meetings in the morning and other responsibilities. So I'm happy to extend, but I'd like to know what time we would be extending until.
Okay, it's debatable.
Motion to extend to finish this item, but not to go later than 11 p.m.
Okay, there we have it. Thank you.
I'm in favor of that. Thank you.
Okay, so I am going to, anybody else wish to speak to that? I'm just going to call us for yays and nays. It will take a unanimous vote. All those in favor say yay.
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 Any opposed say nay. Great. Awesome. Councillor Bly, are
I have
you
a point of procedure at the appropriate time, Chair.
point of procedure? You don't have to have the floor for that. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm asking this just because I want to be consistent with procedure, and I feel that we're not being tonight. And it was just with response to Councillor Bly's question when the clerk said a withdrawal has to be a majority, but I'm reading section 8.4 of the procedure bylaw that says the council member who moved the motion may withdraw it, and I quote, and then only with the unanimous consent of the council members present. So that's what the procedure bylaw states. Has that rule changed?
It is the clerk here, Chair Carr.
Yes.
To withdraw a motion, it does require unanimity. To reconsider a motion, it is majority. I thought we were earlier referring to reconsideration, and I advised that it was majority.
Yes, this was a motion to extend the meeting. Is that what you're talking
No,
about?
just to clarify, sorry, Chair Carr, I'm referring to Councillor Bly's previous point, and I understood it to be related to withdrawal of the amendment on the floor.
No.
That was prior to the discussion about extending the meeting. It was the point about
Right.
motion.
Okay. Okay, so we are extended to 11. Go ahead. Councillor Bly, do you have anything more to add?
Chair Carr, I didn't.
Oh, sorry.
Did I get the confirmed answer to that? I just want to be clear. The point is, and I'm just going to reflect that back because I'm not clear. If a member wants to withdraw a motion or amendment that's on the floor.
Which motion is it that you're referring to?
Councillor Fry's amendment, and I'm following up on a point of procedure to the question that Councillor Bly raised, is that does a withdrawal per the procedure bylaw in section 8.4 require a unanimous consent of council? That's my point of procedure in question.
Right, but we don't have that motion on the floor, Councillor.
Then can I ask it as a point of procedure? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. No one has withdrawn at this point. There's just been resubmissions of new motions or new amendments. So you are asking if there was a decision to withdraw.
Yes.
What is it 100%?
Correct.
It is unanimous, yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bly. Are you?
I had ceded my time at 3.
Got it. Thank you. Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes on the amendment on the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I have a point of information and also a point of parliamentary procedure. And the point of parliamentary procedure is simply a comment that a number of councillors have been putting forward points of parliamentary procedure. Well, actually, this is a point of information then, or just a statement that are not, they're points of information and they're jumping the queue for those of us who are waiting on the queue. And so I just want to flag that there are a number, and that there's a bit of a nuance here. But we're starting to delve into more questions that are information based and not related to parliamentary procedure. I do have a point of information through you to staff about the current Vancouver plan and the consultation underway with respect to connected communities. And if staff could comment on the range of topics being canvassed through the current survey that's been extended to June 15th. And with respect to housing and housing affordability and different tenure and housing diversity, and what that looks like.
Okay, that is a point of information. City Manager.
Yes, unfortunately, Chair Carr, I'm not able to speak to the detail of that. I would need to consult with staff and follow up with council on that point. So I can undertake to do that.
I think, Chair, I think given if we don't have the staff available, we don't need to be calling them this evening to get that information. Perhaps it can be taken offline then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Great. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. With some reluctance, I'm going to go ahead and move to withdraw this entire amendment. I raised significant concerns about some of the gaps in the TRPP back when we were having the 6-story conversation, and the realization that a lot of the housing stock we were targeting through that motion would negatively impact folks who would fall through the cracks and not necessarily qualify for social housing with income means testing and would be left with just 1 month of compensation, regardless of whether they'd been there for a decade or two, and recognizing that those were significant number of existing affordable rental stocks, and I'm still extremely worried about those tenants who won't be covered. So where I'd suggested I was going to bring back that motion then when we were doing the sixth story, I think it's going to be prudent for me, recognizing that at this rate, this could all fail. So I'm going to pull my amendment altogether, if that's permissible. Rest of council.
It takes a unanimous vote of council. I will start with just doing a. Well, I guess this is debatable. Clerk, just confirm. Just clerk, if you could just confirm it's debatable. I actually am sure.
Yes.
Okay, are you on the list to speak to this this motion, Councillor Boyle? This is a motion to withdraw.
Yes, thanks, Chair Kerr. I just wanted to clarify, because Councillor Fry was speaking about the TRPP portion, that the withdraw is the whole amendment. So the amendments to B and C, the portions of the amendment that still remain, not just the TRPP portion.
At this point, I'm
that's
just
through me to you, Councillor Fry. Go ahead.
The whole thing.
Okay, that's what I was hoping to clarify. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova to the motion to withdraw.
I feel that I'm not even sure that we should be here because this is the same amendment that substantially came back a number of times, that under 8.14, it says we would have had to have waited 365 days. I may have suggested that we,
This is to the motion to withdraw, Councillor DeGenova. I'm not hearing that.
Could you please stop my timer? Yes,
I just
spoke to that.
Speak to the motion to withdraw.
I am speaking to my frustration that we're still here because we're speaking to withdraw a motion that is substantially the same as motions that have been called out of order already. So I will support it, but do we need to be here right now? And you may want to start my timer, Chair. But I just wanted to say that I do support a number of pieces of this, but I'm just wondering, when so many of us before have had things called out of order and they weren't allowed to come back because they were substantially the same.
That is not this issue.
So for that reason, I will support it, although I do hope, and I will note this, for times that other council members have the same issue and try and submit the same amendment with other parts deleted. And I'm just noting that right now. So I will be supporting withdrawal and appreciate Councillor Fry doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson to the motion to withdraw.
Yeah, I support that, and I've submitted another amendment to the original motion.
We're speaking to this motion at this point. I mean, with the amendment on the floor. So you have to get back on the queue to submit anything else. We are speaking only to the motion to withdraw. And Swanson, you said you supported it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So it is a unanimous vote. I'll try a verbal vote first. All those in favor of the motion to withdraw by Councillor Fry for his amendment?
Yay.
All those in favor, yay?
Yay.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that is withdrawn. I'm back to the main queue, and that main queue, Councillor Fry, are you done?
Oh, I was done a while ago, but yeah, no, I don't need to speak anymore. Thanks.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Councillor Boyle, you are next on this queue.
I can't remember. I'll withdraw from the queue. Thanks, Chair Kerr.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Hardwick?
Thank you. I have a point of information. through you to the city manager, Chair Carr. Earlier today, there was a question around the definition of social housing. This has been going back and forth over a number of days. And I had concerns about having information made public and about nonprofits specifically. And in the email, it says, subject to the discretion of the chair, members of council could elicit these details for the public record as points of information. So as a point of information, I was wondering if the city manager could address this particular issue in the interest of greater transparency.
And that specifically, what is it about the definition of social housing that you are
Well, this was,
questioning?
again, we were talking, there was a legal opinion done by staff. The city manager is well aware, and I'm responding specifically to his email at 5:36 p.m. today.
Okay, city manager.
Certainly. So there was an email that we provided to council that answered a number of questions. I'm not sure, Councillor Harvey, just to confirm, you're interested in the entire answer that we provided?
Well, my understanding is this, that the key pieces were in things like the definition of nonprofit, for example, and the highlights that were contained in that particular legal memo that addressed the subject of the city's definition of social housing.
Sure. Okay. Thanks. That's helpful. I'll do my best here to summarize this, and if I miss points that you're interested in pulling out, we can come back to it. So, as set out in the definition of social housing that the city uses, a nonprofit does not necessarily have to be a nonprofit housing provider. It's just a nonprofit organization that provides affordable housing. Most social housing providers are incorporated as societies, and they would typically do so in order to receive grants from senior governments. In terms of what societies, how they conduct business, they have to act in accordance with their bylaws and cannot act contrary to their purposes. But a nonprofit, as defined, doesn't have to have a mandate simply to provide maximum affordability in housing. The nonprofit could have a variety of different purposes, or it could be one that's exclusive to delivery of social housing. So yes, the terms that are used in the bylaws and charters, so nonprofit organization, nonprofit corporation, nonprofit cooperative association, are not defined. So there is latitude there based on the way those definitions currently read. So I'm not sure, Councillor, if that, or through you, Chair Carr, if that answers the question, or if there was additional points.
No, the key point is, and again, I'm looking at it as a nonprofit organization could simply meet our minimum requirements in order to construct social housing. And they have no obligation to exceed them unless it's self-imposed. I just think it's important in the larger discussion. I know that council have had the opportunity to see this, but only a short time before our meeting tonight. And I think it's incumbent on us to have a full understanding of the definitions around nonprofit housing as we're entertaining the obviously complex subject area. So thank you, Mr. City Manager, for addressing that. But I really encourage us to have more attention to detail in our understanding of these definitions. Thank you for indulging me.
Not a problem. Absolutely your privilege to ask those questions. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato, to the main motion.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that was a holdover.
Okay. Councillor Swanson, to the main motion.
Yes, I sent an amendment to the main motion.
Okay, I'm going to move us to the amendment queue. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson, to speak to your amendment.
Just looking at it, it's not quite right. Oh, I'm just trying to see what's waiting for what comes up on the screen here. So there's an amendment to A, including in these recommendations, it should say consideration of a definition. I did send that, but I probably sent it. This is probably not the right one.
Councillor Swanson.
Just a second. I'm just going to send it again, make sure it's the right one.
So you can use your time to do that.
There, it's sent. Sorry for the hassle. Yeah, so I love the idea that we could zone for nonprofit. How can we create advantages for nonprofits, and how can regulations, how deep can we drive the affordability by creating those advantages? But I think there is a problem with our definition of social housing. So this is just to try and push a little bit more affordability out of that. That's the first part. And then the second part is to make sure that we're not inflating land prices, to increase the density and the height, to ensure economic viability without inflating land prices. And I'm hearing that the main way to do that is by actually defining the affordability. And then the third part is to have a report back as part of that process on how to increase affordability for people in the 30 to 50K range. Yeah, I think it's really important that we use our zoning for the affordability that we need. I really like the idea of allowing extra density for nonprofits only, or at least investigating that to see how it would work, so that we can get the kind of affordability that we need in the city. And so I'm just trying to make amendments that would work in that direction.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I'll be brief just to say I'm happy to support these. We heard a lot about the definition of social housing. I think we all, including the co-op, the community housing providers that we heard from, would all like to see deeper levels of affordability wherever possible. And so I appreciate Councillor Swanson's language in A around consideration of that wouldn't lock us to a definition that actually makes real housing impossible, but that aims to continue to move us in that direction of more affordability, which again, I think we all agree on. And similarly, I think the amendment to B is good clarifying language, and I'm happy to support it, and happy to hear as a report back about how this would impact housing for some of our lowest income residents. So overall, happy to see these amendments added.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I just don't think that this goes far enough for me. The word supportive housing still is not there. And for those who were confused, who came to speak to us tonight, that thought social housing perhaps meant people living at shelter rates or meant them being able to access services. I don't feel that this amendment still, it's asking for something that if we could have done this already, we would have. So I'm not going to send staff back to the drawing board to ask them to do something that they've already, looked at. And that's specifically looking at how do we increase density, not inflate land, but still allow this to be a nonprofit. And to points made by Councillor Swanson, I believe earlier in this meeting, not today, but on other days, and nonprofit housing operators and nonprofit housing societies are different than just nonprofits. So this is a point that was brought up by a speaker. It's a point that was just made by Councillor Hardwick. And I'm concerned that, saying that social housing, yes, it's important. I believe it's important. But if we are going to be helping those who need the help the most, I think that this requires a broader conversation. And to just approve something that we don't even have assurances from, which I'm excited that we will have assurances from BC Housing, for instance, on affordable home ownership, but I don't see anything about an MOU with BC Housing on supporting any services within this social housing for people who are at welfare shelter rates. And I would have liked to have seen that. I know that that's something that our staff are working diligently on, but because of that, and because I think that this just further muddies the waters for people who aren't really understanding not only our definition of social housing, but tonight who came here trying to express that what they were really hoping for was supportive housing that was funded through the Ministry of Mental Health or the Ministry of Health, or in part with BC Housing. I won't be able to support this because I know that when we get held to task as a council, people will come back and say, I thought this is what I urged you to support. So for those reasons, although I understand that this is well-intentioned, I won't be able to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry, to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. And I hate to do this, but only in light of the fact that earlier amendments that were circulated, my earlier amendments circulated to staff, highlighted that the definition of social housing was redundant based on a motion that I'd already submitted and they'd reported back on. So I'm wondering if this is legal and if it's been vetted by staff. Through you.
Okay, City Manager. Or Clerk.
Yes, and sorry, Councillor, was just engaging with another staff member on a related point. Could I ask if Councillor Fry could repeat his question?
Sure. I just, in light of comments that I received back from circulating my amendment from earlier, that the reference to the definition of social housing was redundant based on a motion that staff had already reported back on, and I'm just wondering if legal have reviewed this and if it's in order.
Yes, thanks, and appreciate the question. So, Chair Carr, through you, yes, our staff have reviewed this and believe that it is in order from our perspective. I think in this case it's a consideration.
Okay.
So that's how we read that as a significant kind of element of how A is framed.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Council, I don't see anybody else on the queue. So this would be to the amendment, and at this point, the amendment is not severed. So we would be voting on the whole of the A and B. But was there another, Clerk, another amendment further down? Yes, and an additional C.
It's the clerk here, Chair Carr. Yes, it's A, B, and C.
Right.
It's hard to show the whole thing on the screen at the same time.
Okay, Council, no one else is on the list. I'm going to ask the clerk, please take us to a vote on this amendment. Have it in front of you.
Could I get a vote? This is Councillor Dominato because my computer's rebooting. My apologies.
Yes, go ahead.
In opposition. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, that vote does pass with Councillors DeGenova, Hardwick, Bly, and Kirby Young in opposition.
Chair.
Point of privilege.
Madam Chair, I communicated in opposition as Councillor Dominato. I don't know if you heard me.
Oh.
I asked
sorry.
for a vote assist in opposition.
I'm sorry. I didn't record that, but
it is the clerk here, Chair Carr, and yes, that is correct. I had pressed the opposition button. For some reason, it didn't come out that way.
Okay, so can we go back to that vote? Sorry, clerk. I just does that
Chair Carr, the
vote. It must be 5 and 5 then. Is that right?
The vote. I believe the vote was reset.
I think I called out. I'm so sorry. It's a little late. I think I called out 4 votes in opposition, but if the vote by Councillor Dominato was misrecorded, that would make it 5-5, so the vote would fail. But I need confirmation from you, clerk.
That is correct, Chair Carr.
Okay. Okay. So right, we're back to the main queue. Councillor Swanson. You are on the main queue. Did you, Councillor Swanson?
Sorry, I'll hold off for a minute.
Okay, Councillor Boyle. This is to the main motion.
Thanks, Chair Carr. To the main motion, I just want to reiterate that while we spent, I don't know the total, 12 hours hearing from the public, and there was heated debate, and that is great. That's democracy, and that's what we are, of course, here for. In the end, what we're voting for or against is asking staff to go and do the work in the study to bring back recommendations that align with the advice and the expertise we've heard from those in the community housing sector about how we can support them in building more homes that are more affordable for folks who badly need them across our city. People can't live in imaginary housing. I know we want all of it to be the most affordable and, you know, and only 3 stories, etc. It's not a vote. We unfortunately don't get to vote for perfect housing or imperfect housing. We vote on tangible actions that we can take within our jurisdiction that improve housing for residents who we know need it, who we hear from need it. Even if they aren't able to sign up to public hearings and wait for days to speak to us. We know that there's a need for this kind of housing across the city. So I would strongly encourage council to continue moving in that direction, which I do believe we were elected to do, rather than do nothing in favor of some perfect imaginary housing that isn't exactly waiting on our door. Of course, we can and should continue to advocate for senior levels of government to better fund the housing that we need. We have done that. We all agree on that. We should continue to do that. But in the meantime, I don't think that we should sit on our hands and wait. I think that we should do what we can, and what is before us for a vote is one piece of what we can do to improve that situation for people who are precariously housed and struggling in our city.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. To the motion, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah. So as everybody knows, I desperately want more social housing, especially social housing that low-income people can afford. I love the idea of figuring out how we can create advantages for nonprofits and how these advantages can drive affordability by, how they can drive affordability. I wanted more affordability in this motion, and that's what my amendments were about. I wanted to deal with some arguments about the motion. One is that private developers will profit from it. I don't think this will happen. I think Tom Armstrong told us BC Housing has some pretty strict requirements. Will it increase land values? I don't think it'll increase land values if there's strong affordability requirements. That's why I made my amendment. Could current residents be dem-evicted if they're paying affordable rents? Yes, that's a problem. But the TRP says that there must be a relocation plan at 30% of income and no higher than current rent. It still would be better to incent these developments in non-apartment areas, which is what the second part of the motion is about. The proposed supportive housing at 7th and Arbutus will still have a public hearing. So I wanted to just get that on the record again, and it could still be turned down. It is a problem that with our current definition, we only get 30% for middle income and 70% for market. I don't like that, but most nonprofits do try to get affordability on this. And right now, there's the BC government's plan of 20% shelter rate, 50% at housing income limits, and 30% at market, which is quite a bit better than just 30% and 70%. And I think we need to take advantage of that program now. Should this be part of the Vancouver plan? Well, that's what the second part of the motion talks about. We do need to put a lot more effort into changing senior government housing programs so that they help nonprofits more than profit-making housing. And if they won't give us the dough, we have to fight really hard to get the ability for a progressive tax so we can get the money that we need to build good social housing and enough social housing to solve the housing crisis. I think this might help if it passed a little bit. It would help us build maybe a few hundred more units a year if we're very, very lucky. But another problem is that we're losing literally thousands of affordable units every year because we don't have vacancy control. Those are in existing affordable rentals which our staff says are about 40% lower in rent than market rents. So yes, I think we need this. I like the idea of only nonprofits getting increased density, but we also need vastly more amounts of money to build nonprofit housing, and we need that from federal and provincial governments, or we need the ability to get a progressive tax so we can do it ourselves, and we desperately need vacancy control or the ability to stop the ability of landlords to raise rents when tenants leave so that we can keep the 12% or so of apartment units that turn over every year from increasing in rents by hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So yeah, that's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to start by saying that I really appreciate all of the speakers who, regardless of if you spoke in support and opposition, if you didn't state your position but wanted us to hear your comments, I really appreciate it. And I also understand that there are people out there who don't know about this motion who, if they did, they may want to speak to us on it and have come to speak to us on other matters before. So I just want to make that very clear that I appreciate the time and the energy that's taken over a number of days to participate in this, whether or not you're listening still. I agree with Councillor Boyle that we need to take tangible actions. You know, one of the reasons I ran for city council was to bring some of the experience that I have in the nonprofit and private housing sectors and development industry to city council to look at different ways forward, be it affordable home ownership or
Hello,
looking
speakers. This is to advise this line is disconnecting. You have been sent an email with instructions on how to listen and watch the proceedings on YouTube. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. Just wanted I'm sorry, I lost my place there for a moment with the interruption, but just wanted to also say that I think that tangible actions are important, and we take those tangible actions at public hearing. One of the ways that we do this, but there's also a process. It's a very legal process of doing that. But to go back to my earlier point, I think that it is really important that we consider new ways forward. And that's what I have also looked to bring to the table. I appreciate this motion from Councillor Boyle, and I think that there are really good components to it. However, I also am concerned with the public being able to have a say. And what I'd say to you, Councillor Boyle, is I'd hope that we could work together on a way to help to engage those young families, those working families, those people who might not have time, because it is inequitable for them to be able to come to City Hall and to participate in the process, be it online because maybe they're putting their kids to bed. I mean, we've all been there, and also, you know, for those individuals who may have other issues, disability, unable to sign up, don't have the time to research what's going on. I feel that instead of asking them to come to us, we need to go to them, and that's so important. And with that, that's what I committed to, and I remind myself of that by looking at an excerpt of one of the op-eds that I wrote with right before the election, the night before the last election. With technology, compassion, and the desire to hear from people, City Hall can engage with the public and serve the people who are working to be able to afford to live in our city. We need to hold regular council meetings citywide in different neighborhoods. Maybe we could even try an open microphone hour at City Hall, don't hate me, council, for a few hours every month, or a few weekend meetings for people who work 9 to 5. And, you know, I just remind myself of that because I think this really also is about consultation and equity and hearing people's voices. But considering that this could see supportive housing slide behind where other housing that's defined as social housing moves ahead, when we don't have answers for who is going to pick up, uh, the responsibility of paying for those services that are usually paid for with property taxes, when some nonprofits, even if they're not housing societies, have exempt land. I'm very concerned about that. I think we need the answers to those questions because we can't put more burden on those who are already experiencing affordability and may just be one paycheck away from homelessness or being in a different bracket that they don't even know how to access. So I am all for expediting public hearings. In fact, doing more of them if we have to. And maybe we can do that with the time we won't be spending putting forward motions on DBL, because that's something that I did not support, but this council did. I think ways forward, like the short program, and I was really happy to hear, after so many motions, I know that our chair, Councillor Carr, you know how many motions I brought forward on expediting, not only social but affordable housing last term. Really proud that many of those you supported, and thank you for that. But I think that there's ways forward that maybe aren't just uh, absolving ourselves of the responsibility that people feel that we should have as council members. So I'm all for fast tracking social, affordable housing, and most of all, shelter rate and supportive housing. But we do have a responsibility to public consultation. And for that reason, I won't be able to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was well timed. Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. I think this motion is well intentioned. And I think everyone that we heard from to a person said, yes, we realize that we have a deficit in social housing in the city and we need to do something about it. I just don't think this is the right thing to do about it. And I'll tell you why. Whether we agree with it or not, when you go through rezonings, by definition, you are inflating the value of the land. The minute we change the rezoning, BC Assessment comes in and reassesses that property to highest and best use. So the act of allowing what would amount to widespread rezoning of multiple sites without going through a rezoning process will still have the effect of inflating those land values. Why is this important? Well, I come back to what I heard from one of our speakers, and that was that we have significant existing zone capacity in the city. So what I think we should be asking ourselves is, can we not be finding ways of encouraging social housing and housing a variety of different typologies within our existing zone capacity so we don't continue to inflate land values through upzoning? So I really do think that there are things that the city can do. We can shorten the process. Time is money, and we know it's a long, drawn-out process. And it costs a lot of money in getting permits, whether it's development permits or building permits through the city. So there's things that we can control as an organization to help ameliorate concerns around the cost of producing housing in the first place. Now, all that said, this has been described as a violation of the public trust and sidestepping the public process and being anti-democratic. It's absolutely essential that we be listening to the people that elect us, that pay taxes directly or indirectly, and to be sidestepping a public process as important as this undermines the public trust fundamentally. And we better start paying attention. And I think the overwhelming opposition that we heard today speaks to that. There are other issues. Bad urban design that is ignoring recognized best practices in terms of height and density, et cetera. I'm always concerned anytime I hear the Housing Vancouver strategy targets used as justification. As we've already had it determined that these targets are aspirational and not evidence-based, as several speakers pointed out, we continue to wait for the data that we need to be making more informed decisions. This will be or would have been precedent setting for other forms of development in the areas, because the argument that just because it's a nonprofit development, it's not going to influence other development around it is of course just not accurate to anyone that watches development processes over time. And then there is the renoviction of existing tenants and the human displacement cost. I think, again, as we're concerned about what we're doing with affordable housing, the last thing that we should be doing is getting rid of what we've already got. And I am distressed in some of these meetings where I've been hearing it described as 35 years being a life cycle, an adequate life cycle on building, which is, of course, silly. The definition of social housing has got to be addressed. I don't think there was a single person here that didn't have a problem with that. And it's, from my perspective, intellectually dishonest to be continuing to be making decisions based on completely erroneous underlying assumptions, such as are based on our social housing definitions. And then finally, again, I'll just come back to the public process. This would have widespread impact, and the public was largely unaware. You know, I was asked, how do we have 100 people plus that came out for this? Would have been a lot more if more people had been aware of it, frankly. So all in all, cannot support this motion, believe it to be well-intentioned, and encourage us to be looking for better solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and also thank you to all of the residents who did call in to speak to this motion, and if those who are listening at this late hour. I feel like my colleagues have reflected a number of comments. I would agree with Councillor Hardwick that I think that the motion is well intentioned, but I don't think it's the right tool in the toolbox at this time. And Councillor Hardwick reflected a number of those points. One of the things I'd like to reflect on is the subject of the Vancouver plan. One of the reasons that we undertook this as a council and committed to this was so that we could lay out a roadmap for the city, both short, medium, and long term. And a big driver to doing the Vancouver plan was related to housing and housing affordability and housing choices and tenure and options for residents and future residents, people who will come to this city. And that planning exercise is underway right now. And I asked earlier staff about the subject of the connected neighborhoods, and the in-depth survey that's out there has been extended into June. And it specifically addresses a number of these issues, particularly around what people want to see in their neighborhoods. What kind of housing diversity do they want? Is affordability important to them? And getting into non-market housing, social, co-op. So we actually have a planning process underway that involves the public and public engagement and public consultation and public hearings are different mechanisms, different tools. It's not one or the other. They have they're different approaches. And I think that's one of the things I heard very loud and clear from the residents who did call in and spoke to this much, was the critical importance of being engaged. And people acknowledge that they may have their say, but they may not necessarily get the outcome that they wanted. But they did have an opportunity to have a voice and to be involved in their community. And I reflect back on Margaret Wheatley and the concept of people support what they help create. And I think that's part of city evolution and development, is the involvement of the public. That doesn't mean that, like I say, you provide your input, you get a final say. Ultimately, it's council that makes decisions on certain items, and that's delegated to council through being elected representatives. But I really, when we consider we've got this planning process underway that's involving the public, we're going to have recommendations within months of now, or specifically related to housing. Staff are looking at all of these issues. I'd like them to focus their attention on these matters and not get distracted. And also, if we want to get more social housing, more housing options out there, one of the number one things we can deal with is expediting the rezoning process and dealing with permits. We've talked about this as a council, and we've heard it from residents who called in over the last number of days and last week. Those are areas we could focus our attention on. And the other piece I think that's important is that we just had a letter come in from the Child, Youth and Families Advisory Committee that advises council and is appointed by our council. And that committee just recently wrote to us about their concerns about family housing and whether we're adequately addressing that. And I don't think that we are. And one of the things I pointed out is that, yes, housing affordability is important, but also livability is important, and that those are considerations for them as a committee and as representing families in the city. And I think we have shared goals as a council. But what I want to see is a really robust and successful Vancouver plan that lays this out, and that people have an opportunity to provide their input into that. Ultimately, council will make a decision on that plan. And but I would like to see all of these pieces embedded, and I anticipate, based on the surveys, based on the consultation staff are taking, is that they're going to include this already, the components that are reflected in this motion. And so I won't be supporting the motion. I would like to focus on the Vancouver plan and see all of that work come back, which, as I mentioned, staff are already doing. They're already looking at all of these issues, including social housing, co-op housing, supportive housing, and other non-market forms. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleagues have been fairly articulate in raising a number of points and considerations on this one. And I do want to thank all the speakers that came out to council. We had an unprecedented number. We have had that many, but not often a member motion, and a lot of first-time speakers who really felt compelled by this project to actually come out and speak out in voices that we haven't heard at council before. And I really welcome that participation in democracy. I think it's been well stated that the goals in terms of deepening affordability are clear and well stated. However, I would say that I think that the way that this motion has come forward is a blunt instrument, as opposed to more of a thoughtful and surgical policy. And I think we've heard loud and clear from residents that that is not the approach that they favor. We are hearing that engagement is fundamental to building community, and we do want to build communities. We don't want to create division. And we heard a speaker said, and I think they summed it up, there's a number of comments, but some that stuck with me particularly, when somebody said, this is not one city, but it's creating a divided city. And the speaker said it creates division where it actually isn't. And I think that related to people simply wanting to be part of the process. We were hearing very consistently that the motion will not achieve widespread affordability given the requirement for 70% market and 30% below market. And realistically, not all housing providers are created equal. There are some phenomenal ones out there, but not all of them have the same capability. And of that 30%, which is below market, it could be only 20% below market rates. But bottom line, regardless of that, whatever the percentage is, it's thereby not creating the more deeply affordable social housing that we need, and that our housing reports indicate that is the clear gap and the unmet need that we have. We heard from a mental health practitioner and researcher that the motion doesn't meaningfully support the most vulnerable in our city. Especially with new highly affordable units. And that's the trick here. That is the gap and the missing piece that we need to zero in on. And I don't believe that this does this. We've heard about risk of dev evictions, and we've also heard concerns about land lift, as was evidenced by the fact that we have one councillor who removed themselves on that basis. As I said, we heard a lot of first-time speakers. We heard from a real diversity of renters, co-op residents, owners, and social housing sector workers. This was not your typical, as some people would classify, NIMBY owner group. This was a very diverse, broad range of voices. And many said that this motion, and I quote, eliminates a key principle of social justice, and that was the right to be heard. And I heard that on numerous occasions, and it's resonated with me. I feel that the motion does not acknowledge the work underway, such as the secured rental policy review that is due back in July, nor the broader review of rental programs that have already focused on inclusionary zoning in order to continue building on the work and delivering the highest number of approved rental units in years. And I think this council has demonstrated it's highly committed to rental. And again, as I say, we need to zero in on those highly affordable units, which are lower down the scale in terms of people's income and ability to afford. The motion does not address the work underway, such as the Vancouver plan, to foster engagement on how and where growth and density is best supported. Why are we not focusing resources on completing that plan to build a path forward for community-supported growth? In fact, I believe that approving this motion will actually further degrade public trust in the Vancouver plan process. I believe that we're getting to the point we should either commit to the Vancouver plan or cancel it, but not keep working around it, which is what this feels like. The motion doesn't address, as was stated by Councillor Dominato, the issue of overly lengthy or complex rezoning and work to fix the process. It rather leapfrogs over the process to avoid it. This is, if I go back to my days in psychology in my undergrad, this is like dealing with the symptom of the issue instead of the root cause. I think we would be best served, again, also by looking at fast-tracking housing types or simplifying our regulations. Andy Yan, urban planner professor who's known to many of you, stated that the motion is ambiguous and leaves many questions unanswered. He described it as spray and pray density, a trigger and hope for the best. There isn't a process to ensure supporting community amenities to support that growth in place, or for people to provide input on the importance of supports for social housing and to set people and communities up for success. So, given the fact that we don't want to put pressure on the affordable existing housing stock, the number of questions that it raised, the importance of strengthening the TRP, and the work already underway on various housing programs, I really think that the people have spoken loud and clear. I think it's our job at council to listen to them. I think it's our job to support initiatives we've already seen through to the finish line and focus on those to zero and laser in on where the crux of the key affordability issue is. We also have, in addition to the housing piece, and I think this is a really important one, a crisis of public trust. People do want affordable housing, but they also want to be engaged and be part of the process, and I do not believe that those need to be mutually exclusive. So I support where this is trying to go, but I do not support this as the way to get there. Thank you.
you. Well timed, Councillor Kerby-Yung. Councillor Fry.
Well, it'll be hard to follow up my colleagues. I've been crossing out the various comments they've made so I don't repeat myself. Um, I was hoping to support this motion in an amended form. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen, and I think clearly the constraints around DBL moratorium on motions does complicate some of the efficiencies that we need to see happen in order to build really affordable housing and really dig in. We've definitely heard loud and clear that the definition of social housing has led to a lot of confusion for folks, unsure what social housing even means, what is supportive housing, what is social housing. One thing is for sure, though, that we do also recognize that the social housing definition as it stands today with the City of Vancouver policy identifies the operator as either a co-op, government, or a nonprofit org. There are 26,000 nonprofit orgs in British Columbia. We heard from a handful of nonprofit housing providers, but there are a lot more players in that ecosystem than just housing providers. We have environmental groups, we have religious groups, we have fraternal organizations. There are a variety of nonprofit organizations. Basically, any society in British Columbia is a nonprofit organization. So the bar is quite low, and it may sound conspiratorial to suggest that people may try and leverage real estate in the city of Vancouver to their own ends, and regardless if they're nonprofit or not. But I think anybody who's been paying attention in Vancouver real estate recognizes that all sorts of things happen when real estate's involved, and the stakes are high. The stakes are especially high for folks who live in rental units that might be targeted under this kind of approach, because we know that under the TRPP as it stands today, if as soon as that building is purchased by a nonprofit org operating as a de facto social housing under this definition, then the rights that those folks would have enjoyed as, say, a substantial relocation package financially from the private owner completely evaporate overnight, and then they're left with 1 month in financial compensation or replacement units if they submit to income testing. Now, of course, income testing doesn't work for everybody. It doesn't work for folks who are in the gig economy. It doesn't work for folks who are freelancing. It doesn't work for folks who might not have paid their taxes in a few years. So it leaves a lot of unease with me when we consider that the very specific zoning areas that we're targeting in this original motion are some of the most affordable units in the entire city of Vancouver, and we're talking about replacing them with less affordable units, ostensibly under the guise of social housing. But the reality is that at the current Hills rate, there's substantially more. At $1,375 for a studio apartment, that benchmark is considerably out of whack with what a lot of folks are paying right now in RM3, RM4 zones. And I don't take that lightly. I think that our role here is to do no harm, and we need to really ensure that we're not inadvertently creating a situation that is going to lead to displacement, further displacement and renoviction in our city. And the fact that Councillor Wiebe had to recuse himself from this vote because he was advised on multiple occasions that this was going to substantially appreciate the value of his condo building as is in an RM 3 or 4 zone. That leaves me very uneasy because, of course, we know that capital, like water, will follow the path of least resistance, and it'll go for these lower income areas. It'll go for low valued properties, and we need to be careful. We need to walk judiciously. So, as colleagues have mentioned, we have work coming back from staff, important work in this framework. How are we going to find affordability for folks who live and work in our city? I don't think this is necessarily the route. I do think that there's some helpful ideas in here, and I'm sure that staff have taken a lot of this input and it will inform their subsequent decision-making process. I also want to acknowledge that staff came out very clearly advising that the affordability might not be met through this scheme because as soon as you go to 12-story, you're talking about concrete construction, and it doesn't pencil out the same way. So there's a lot to unpack here. I want to trust the advice of our staff who spent a lot of time, research, and brain power in finding these solutions, and I'm looking forward to the reports coming back in the coming months on rental affordability.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Perfectly timed. Councillor Bly, you are next. I'm going to be very clear with everyone, though. Councillor Bly, we have 10 minutes to complete your comments and the vote. I really would like to know if any councillor wants to sever any parts of this motion. Otherwise, we're going to need to extend. No severing. Fine. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and I won't take the 5 minutes. Like others have mentioned, my colleagues have spoken very clearly and articulately to, and I think necessarily to the motion or to their vote. And I too won't be supporting this motion, although, as already stated, support the intent, and I believe it's coming from a genuine place. But I think what we've heard from staff, from the public, is that there's questions as to what would actually be achieved with this motion. And only a few weeks ago, we were sitting in a public hearing, and this motion was essentially put on notice in that public hearing. So, my fear is that although well-intentioned and sort of inspired by that process, where this council unanimously supported going to 6 stories of social housing in RM3 and RM4 zones, it was sort of seen as, well, if we're, my fear is that, we're going to support this as a council, we need to push harder, we need to push more. And I certainly got elected, or I ran on creating a bit more of a cohesive approach to how we tackle some of these issues. And this has really divided. I mean, there's countless emails of people who wrote in to support it because they read the headline, and of course it reads really well in a headline, but it actually, when you get into the details, those same residents wrote into council again and said, I wrote to support this, and I'm actually changing my mind now that I understand what this motion is seeking to achieve. So I think at the end of the day, it is about balancing what could be achieved with the cost. And the cost here is divided communities. And that's certainly not what I would be proud of voting for. We have supported countless units of rental housing. This is not about homeowners against renters, and we've heard that. The city is more renters than homeowners now, and we're not seeing people leave because they don't want to live next to renters. I'm a renter. I don't feel discriminated against. Some may have had a more difficult time, which is why we're focusing on rental and not strata in terms of adding housing units to our stock. But at the end of the day, we are undertaking a Vancouver plan. I think it would be very difficult to support this motion and also champion the Vancouver plan. We're doing this work within that, and we need to sort of refocus now more than ever. I think the only thing I want to say that hasn't been mentioned is the confusion around the supportive housing development at Arbutus and 8th. And maybe many people who called in are still listening. And this is very different than that. And it sort of got wrapped up all as one. And I think it's just really important that that engagement process will continue. The public hearing will happen. We'll likely hear from a lot of people again, but the contemplation in that particular proposal is very different than what we're looking at here. So I think at the end of the day, we have to focus on speeding up the process of getting applications to public hearing. We don't want to risk overwhelming our DP board with hundreds of speakers who come out to speak against these, because they'll still get that opportunity. So there's a lot to consider here. I won't support it. I'm very supportive of non-market housing, co-op housing, and enabling that. This is just not the way to get there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. That's it for questions. Clerk, I think you can move us to a vote, please. And this is, no one's asked to sever, so we're having a vote on the whole motion. And the motion fails. With myself, Councillors DeGenova, Fry, Hardwick, Dominato, Bly, and Kirbion in opposition. Right, that takes us to the end of this item. Council, we are going to be reconvening tomorrow from 3 to 6. We heard some concerns about extending it past 6 and conflicts in schedule, so it'll just be 3 to 6 tomorrow. And after that, Thursday from 3 to 10. I need a motion to recess this meeting until tomorrow, Wednesday, May 26th at 3 p.m.
Point of procedure?
So moved.
Councilor DeGenova, we have very little time. Go ahead.
I understand. My point of procedure is after the 3 to 6 tomorrow. When will we be reconvening?
I just said Thursday, 3 to 10, May 27th.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Point you.
Motion
have
to recess.
More. Thank you. Motion to recess. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those in opposition say nay. Great. This motion carries. The meeting is recessed until tomorrow at 3 p.m. We'll now convene in council, and I'll pass the chair to Mayor Stewart.
Just noting the mayor's not on the call right now, Chair.
Is it Councillor Hardwick who is deputy mayor?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Oh, and I've just been told by the clerk that we are not recording any decisions. Is that correct? Clerk?
Getting my microphone on, that's correct. The council meeting can wait until after tomorrow's meeting, Chair Carr.
Great. Okay, you're off the hook, Councillor Hardwick.
Excellent.
We are now adjourned.
Night.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Yep.
Night, everyone.